Welcome to NTD's special coverage on former President Trump's indictment. I'm Steve Lance, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Kelly Wright and Tiffany Meyer. Also with us, we have Joshua Philipp, a senior investigative reporter for the Epoch Times and host of Crossroads. From now until later in the afternoon, we'll be checking in with our reporters who are on the ground. Jason Perry at Trump Tower, where the former president stayed last night, Melina Wisecup and Roman Balmakov at the Manhattan courthouse, where Trump is expected to be arraigned this afternoon. And Iris Tao will be joining us from the White House.
The latest this morning, Trump is en route to the courtroom. The judge presiding over the case has decided that no video cameras will be allowed inside. Trump's lawyers will be happy about this. They hope to avoid security concerns and what they called a circus-like atmosphere. As for the grand jury's indictment, the details are still sealed, but the case stems from misfiling hush money paid before the 2016 election. This is the first time a former U.S. president is indicted of a crime, and it's likely to impact the 2024 presidential election. The former president arrived in New York yesterday from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida and plans to return to Florida after the court hearing today.
Now, Mr. Trump has maintained that he's innocent and described the indictment as blatant interference in the 2024 presidential election. His lawyer, Joe Tacopina, last night revealed that he plans to file a host of motions today to dismiss, including one based on misconduct. He also told the Epoch Times that Trump is angry, disappointed, and ready to fight. On Truth Social last night, Trump went on the offense against Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg once again. He accused Bragg of leaking details about the indictment. A few sources report that there are 34 counts for falsification of business records. It all stems from DA Bragg's investigation into the $130,000 of hush money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels in 2016 to keep her quiet about a purported affair. The DA says the Trump organization misclassified the payments and is seeking to prosecute this as a felony. And before we get into more in-depth analysis, let's hear now from NTD's Jason Perry, who was at Trump Tower this morning.
I'm here right outside of Trump Tower, where former President Donald Trump spent the night last night as he prepares for his historic day in court. This is the first time in U.S. history where a former president is facing criminal charges. The Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is a Democrat, but prosecutors say the charges are not politically motivated. We talked to some people walking by to see what they think.
I think he should be prosecuted because he's a normal citizen, so I don't think it's politics, it's just the law.
Nah, politics are definitely part of it, but politics are part of everything. We need to get politics out of everything.
I'd like to think they don't. I know that the polls that were released yesterday seem to think that a large majority of Americans do think politics are engaged, but I would say minimally in this case, I would think they would, and I would hope that the Manhattan DA's office is looking much more at the facts of the case.
After Trump appears in court today, he's expected to return to Florida and hold a rally. NTD will live stream the event. Well, that's all we have for now. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you for that report. So here we are on an historic morning, an historic day, the unprecedented. We've heard this a lot through the Trump presidency, if you recall, that he did a lot of unprecedented things. This moment in history is unprecedented. The fact that a former president of the United States has been indicted and is facing arraignment in a Manhattan courtroom. Josh, you're here with us today. Weigh in on this forest issue. What's your perspective as we're seeing this history unfold today, and what does it mean for America?
Well, you know, for the United States, this actually means quite a bit. A lot of people, and I would agree, believe this is a crisis for the Republic and what the Republic stands for. Keep in mind the way that we know that past empires fell. The United States, of course, was formed heavily after the Roman Empire. Around the time of the founding was written the book, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And typically, republics fall from first a republic to a democracy to a tyranny. And you could argue America is on the way to that. Let me explain. So a republic is defined by representative democracy. We have people who represent us in the democratic process, who cast the votes and so on. The concern is that once the representatives no longer represent the people, you start having mob rule. You start having unions and parties and so on, because I'm not going to go to the local governor office every day and listen to everything being said and cast my vote every single day. Typically, groups take over that. That's what happens with really pure democracy. The concern then is what happens when you go from a democracy to a tyranny. And that's usually when the boundaries that separate the branches of government become dissolved. For example, the fall of the Roman Empire was slated as, one of the main ones being once the legal system became politicized. Because as soon as the legal system becomes politicized, as soon as the Senate becomes pretty much controlled under the centralized power, the divisions of power become annihilated, and you're left with a tyranny. And when it comes to the United States right now, this is what a lot of people believe we're facing. And this is what Trump is saying, right? That you have the Democrats who've taken over mostly the three branches of government, and including, unfortunately, the legal systems. And that's why they're saying this looks like it's politically motivated. That is, I think, the crisis that America is facing as a republic.
That's a really a mouthful, and you're talking about the historical aspects of this. And if you just look at the fact, the irony of this is that in 1789, George Washington, the first U.S. president, was actually inaugurated at Federal Hall here in New York City, which is now near the Ground Zero location, which of course there's a wonderful church there that survived that attack. But can America survive this attack on democracy? The world is watching, and integrity is on the line. I think a lot of our adversaries are watching to see what is the integrity of the rule of law. Will America be able to stand up? And this indictment, does it mean anything in terms of the guardrails of our democracy of which you speak?
Well, you mentioned a lot of nations are watching this, and that's another really key thing that's taking place, because America represents something on the world stage. Even if a lot of Americans don't feel that anymore, and as much as we might criticize our own government, and as much as we might groan when we pay taxes, I know I do, America still stands for something. And when people look to America, they think rule of law, they think fair elections, they think free people, they think self-governance, and they think the ability of people to live life as they choose. And when America exports its system, it represents a type of specific order, that we stand against tyranny, that we stand against governments throwing their political opponents in prison. And when Americans are doing something like this now, a lot of countries are watching and they're saying, well, is this legitimate? Is this legitimate, or is this what we were concerned was going to happen here? Is this what our dictator 20 or 30 years ago, with, a lot of countries were under communism, is that what our leader did 20, 30 years ago? Because a lot of countries have had experience with this type of thing. The American idea, unfortunately, is under threat, the Pax Americana. And I think the order, the idea of human rights that America brought to the world is under threat. And one last point of that. I think for Americans watching this now, we should understand that things are not past the point of no return. I don't want to be clear on this. There's still, you can still come back, but that's going to be on the justice system. And you do have, of course, House Republicans challenging it, looking into whether, for example, there are political motives in this. And that is, like it or don't like it, that is the glory, that is the power of divisions of power, where different branches of government keep each other in check. And so we are watching through the House investigating, through pressure from the media, the fourth estate you could call it, through our ability to speak freely, people's ability to protest, the different checks and balances on a free society acting exactly how they should. And we will see if this is politically motivated.
Joshua, if I could just chime in here and get your thoughts when it comes to the point that you made that, have we reached the point of no return? There are a lot of Americans that are asking if, indicting the former president does indeed pass the Rubicon, if you will. When you look back at modern history, you have General Flynn in Crossfire Hurricane, you have Paul Manafort, a whole plethora of others. If you could just kind of paint that picture for us.
2 points on that. I think if you look at the polls, a lot of Americans are saying, well, if he's guilty, indict him. You know, fine. I agree with that. I can think of a few others who should be indicted. You know what I mean? I do not think being a president or having been a president should grant you legal immunity. And I think people want accountability. And frankly, I think that is necessary for a healthy country. It shouldn't be the case that if just because you served in office that you can't be prosecuted.
Right.
But I think the key issue is whether this is justified prosecution or if this is legal persecution. And I do hope, and I think everybody hopes, that that is what comes out with this. That is what we see.
Tiffany, any questions for our esteemed colleague, Joshua?
I mean, I am curious how you see this playing out for Trump politically, because it seems just within the first 24 hours of this indictment, he already earned about $4 million in donations for his campaign. I think now it's past 7. So how do you see this playing out for him? Is he going to come out stronger, or are people not going to vote for him?
Well, this is the grand shooting in the foot. I think it's going to backfire on the Democrats with this, because you have to understand what Trump's political message was. Trump's campaign message would be deemed kind of extreme under normal circumstances. And let me explain. You have DeSantis coming in as basically going on the culture warfare front. He's going against wokeism and the Disneys and the grooming of kids, and that's his narrative. Mike Pence is coming out and saying, I'm going to give you America first without Trump. I'm going to represent America and put America's interests first. And you have, others, not polling as high, but coming out with different narratives along these lines. What Trump is saying is that the government is fundamentally corrupt. Trump is saying you have politicization of the justice system. Trump is saying you have to get rid of the FBI, possibly, and replace it with something else. Trump is saying he needs to come in and fire tens of thousands of people to eliminate corruption from within the American government. For a lot of people, that is a very extreme, like it or not, for a lot of people, that is a very extreme proposition. Ironically, what's happening to Trump now is proving him right for a lot of people. And they're saying, well, what you told us, I see it happening right now. And they're taking that as a lived experience of the problem he's warning us about, and he's the only one presenting a solution to it. I do believe this is going to help him very, very much at the polls. Because again, that is his campaign message, that this exists.
Joshua, does it help him beyond his base, or do you think it stops there, and will this ultimately help him in a general election?
I'm not sure about Democrats. I don't think they're going to budge this, because generally a lot of people who still vote Democrat typically would still believe in a lot of the narratives against Trump anyways, that he was, Trump Russia, even if that was kind of debunked. They would have already believed a lot of other things about him. So I don't know if it's going to budge the Democrats. But when it comes to Republicans, a lot of them were split. A lot of them were going to DeSantis. A lot of them were going to other people. If you look at the polling, Trump is moving up in the polls among Republicans. And you even see a lot of people who don't like Trump, like Mike Pence, for example, coming out now and defending Trump. You even see the party now really kind of circling around Trump. They're forming the wagons, so to speak. They're circling the wagons around Trump. And so the coming together of the Republicans, I think, is going to benefit him quite a bit when it comes to election time.
And here's something else to add to that. We are seeing Trump occupy the media yet again. It's a place that he loves, and it's a place where he has flourished. And this particular case is something without getting into his personality, it's something that Donald Trump feeds off of, the frenzy of the media, the frenzy of controversy, and seemingly being able to maneuver it and handle it. However, this is a court of law. Do you think that he will be able to use this and make this a trial in the public, which is something that DA Alvin Bragg certainly does not want?
I'd say without a doubt. One of the realities is it's going to be very hard to put Trump behind bars, because under legal protections, right, under American law, a former president has to have the protection of the Secret Service. How do you throw someone in prison if you're going to throw the Secret Service in with him? How do you do that? They're not going to be able to imprison him. They're not going to be able to handcuff him. And so the most they could do, for example, with contempt, if he violates a gag order or something like that, is give him a $1,000 fine. He'll take a $1,000 fine every hour if he has to, if it means he can speak freely, knowing Trump. It's not going to silence him. And any action taken to try to silence him, he's going to use that and say, look what they're doing to me. They're trying to stop me from campaigning. Donate to my campaign. And it's going to benefit him the whole way through.
And another point, everyone throughout the nation has an opinion about this case. A lot of people are reserving their opinion until they see the charges unsealed and reported to the public. That may have some ramifications depending on what those charges indicate. We were speaking to an attorney yesterday prior to our appearance here today to talk about this historic, unprecedented moment in our time, and he was stating it may not be about Stormy Daniels. There may be a plethora of other charges going to something more felonious, and if that is the case, then the Republicans are standing up for former President Trump right now. They may have to look at this a little bit more analytically and more objectively if it does pretend disaster for former President Trump's future.
It's possible. I also say though that they've tried to investigate him on everything already. I mean, they had Mueller investigating him, the special counsel, for years. And at the same time, too, a lot of the Republican base has been, I would call it the boy who cried wolf syndrome. Anybody who's still standing with Trump after the media said that he's an insurrectionist, that he tried overthrowing the republic, that he colluded with Russia to rig the elections, that he killed the koi fish in Japan, if you remember. Yeah. It's one story after the next, and people are just used to this political theater. People at this point, I think, are numb to it to an extent. And they understand, look, DA Bragg himself tried prosecuting Trump over this, and he decided not to, and then two of his prosecutors left, and then one of them went and wrote a book about an ongoing investigation, and even did a media tour. Under normal circumstances, that alone would make this whole thing fruit of the poisonous tree. Yeah. And so really, legally, they don't have a leg to stand on. They've already done things that in any normal circumstance would make this whole case done with. They'd have to recuse themselves at the very least.
And Joshua, the media, mainstream media, it almost appears that they're framing it in a way that Trump almost wanted the indictment to benefit from. What role does the media play in all of this?
Well, so I'd say on two fronts. First of all, I can say, I spoke at CPAC recently. Trump also spoke there. The energy was very low. And I'm just being honest with y'all. The energy was very low. And I know a lot of people who've seen Trump speak recently say that he's much more kind of like down tone. He's much more calm. And it doesn't have that fire and fury. No, I'm not using that intentionally, but it doesn't have that fire and fury that really defined his 2016 campaign. I think this, ironically, has changed that. Trump is fired up again, as are his supporters. Ironically, they brought back the energy that he had in 2016 through these actions. The other big thing is that when it comes to elected government, right, the way that we engage in our government as a voting populace, right, this is usually formed through debate. And there are usually certain topics that we vote on. We're not voting for a person, we're voting for issues. And normally politicians try to craft those issues very, very carefully, right? It's Queensberry rules. No striking below the belt, no hitting in the eye, no poking in the eyes. And Trump goes out there and calls everybody names and breaks all that. But aside from that point, right, Trump is defining the debate. Normally the debate is things like guns and abortion and maybe taxes. And then there's the cultural debates on the sidelines, which are considered the more extreme debates like trans rights and so on like that, right? Trump is redefining the issue we are voting on. The issue Trump is defining that we are voting on is government corruption, which is not something I think any of them want to have us voting on, because this is shining a giant spotlight on these issues, not just here in the United States, but globally, and all of this is on the line. America's entire influence, not just its legitimacy among Americans, but its legitimacy on the world stage is on the line with this focus on us. And so there's a lot to lose if this is not done in a fair manner.
Joshua makes a very good points that would cause anyone to give pause and think about the ramifications of this historic moment in American history. I want to get back to something else, though, that you stated earlier about America, from my perception of what you stated, is a beacon of hope to the world. And many people throughout the world still look at America and say, this is the city on a hill that's shining a light, which is why so many people still try to come here to live in this country. What's at stake as we watch this moment unfold? Do we still have that shiny example of one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all? Or as we continue to have this infighting and political division and demonizing each other, does that cause us irreparable harm?
I do think it causes, I do think the divisions among Americans is causing us, I wouldn't say irreparable harm, but it's nearing that level. And I think we are at some point going to have to figure out, what we are as a nation. What defines a nation is the harmony of its people and the harmony of people of different viewpoints and different ideas to come together under one common idea. That's the difference between tribalism and an empire, right? Traditionally speaking, if you look at the Roman Empire, if you look at Genghis Khan, and, when these guys went and conquered other nations, they often let them keep their own cultures. They often let them keep a lot of even their religions. And so you would have empires with different cultures, different religions, but under one common idea. The American idea was always self-governance and the idea of limited government and the idea of us being able to choose our own destinies. And I believe that this is still why you have millions of people flooding across our border. As much as people groan about it, they're coming here because we offer that still. They're coming here because this is still the land of opportunity. And I would hope that as Americans, we find some common ground once again and begin recognizing this once again. But I do believe there are unfortunately a lot of cultural issues that are attempting to divide us, very much so.
I would have to concur with you, but we are one nation, and we must find that common ground. And in that common ground is our common hope. And let us remember throughout this special coverage of this historic moment and this arraignment of the former President of the United States, let us remember that the greatness of our nation starts at home. So for all the people watching today and having their differences of opinion, remember that you are responsible for the greatness of this nation, and it starts at home.
One point on that too. We often point to the Roman Republic as being the idea that, the model that formed the American idea. Actually, it was that, but it was also the book of Judges in the Bible.
Yes.
Because it was the idea of self-governance. How do you have a people capable of self-governance? And the idea with the Bible, the book of Judges, was that a moral people is capable of self-governance.
In God we trust.
And we're going to turn it to the field right now. A lot has happened leading up to this unprecedented indictment. And here's an overview of the timeline of investigations into former President Trump. Take a look.
Now, if you are like most people, then very likely you have completely forgotten all the details about this whole Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels, hush money payment story. I know that for me, when the Manhattan DA began to float the idea of arresting Trump, I had to go back and refresh my memory about what this whole affair was even all about. And so let me give you a brief timeline of events in order to jog your memory regarding what these criminal charges against Trump are really all about. Let's start all the way back in the year 2006. While Donald Trump was already married to Miss Melania, a woman named Stephanie Clifford, who goes by the stage name Stormy Daniels, she claimed that her and Trump had an affair. Now, whether this really happened or not, well, that's quite frankly anyone's guess. But that's the allegation, at least, that in 2006, Donald Trump had an affair with Miss Stephanie Clifford somewhere in a hotel room in Lake Tahoe. Then, around that same time period, from 2006 to 2007, another woman named Karen McDougal, who was a former Playboy Playmate, she claimed that her and Donald Trump also had an affair. Again, whether this is true or not is anyone's guess. For his part, it's worth mentioning that President Trump denies that either of these two affairs took place. But regardless, that's what the women are claiming. However, at this point, in 2006 and 2007, these alleged affairs are not publicly known about. This is just when the women allege they took place. Then we fast forward the clock to the year 2011. That was when a magazine called In Touch Weekly interviewed Miss Stephanie Clifford about her alleged affair with Donald Trump. However, after conducting the interview, In Touch Weekly wound up not publishing the article because at that time, Donald Trump's lawyer, Mr. Michael Cohen, he threatened to sue the magazine if they did. He threatened to sue them if they published the story, and so they wound up killing it instead. Then we fast forward again to the year 2016. The presidential election is in high gear. Trump is, of course, the Republican nominee running against Hillary Clinton, and it was at this time that both of these women came back to the forefront. In August of 2016, Ms. Karen McDougal, she sold the rights to her story about this alleged affair to the National Enquirer for a cool $150,000. However, the National Enquirer, they never published the story. That's because this $150,000 payment, it was what we call in the industry a catch and kill agreement. It's where a media outlet buys the rights to a story in order to bury it and prevent it from ever being published, to prevent it from ever seeing the light of day. A later investigation actually found that Donald Trump's lawyer, Mr. Michael Cohen, was coordinating with the National Enquirer in order to bury the story. Regardless, a few months later, still in 2016, Ms. Stephanie Clifford, who is the other woman, she also came out and she began to threaten to bring her story to the public. And this was happening, by the way, right around October, which happens to be just a month from Election Day. And at that time, Mr. Michael Cohen, he arranged a $130,000 payment to Ms. Clifford in exchange for her signing a non-disclosure agreement regarding this whole sordid affair. She took the money and she signed the agreement. Now, what happens next gets a little bit tricky, and what the facts are sort of depends on who you believe. Because this story, about these two women, was buried for about 2 years. But then, in 2018, the Wall Street Journal broke the story and told the whole world for the first time about these hush money payment affairs. However, when the story first broke, Mr. Michael Cohen claimed that he paid these women himself for money that came out of his own pocket. But eventually he reversed himself, and he told the court that he made these payments at the direct behest of President Trump, and that furthermore, he was actually reimbursed by the Trump organization through what he referred to as routine legal expenses. What Michael Cohen essentially claimed here is that President Trump was reimbursing him for these hush money payments through a series of $35,000 checks. And the way that these checks were at least allegedly sent is that Michael Cohen, he would send in monthly invoices to Trump's company for a quote-unquote retainer fee, and the Trump organization would, in turn, send them checks and account for this payment on their books as a quote-unquote legal expense. Michael Cohen was eventually sentenced to several years of prison for tax evasion, bank fraud, and campaign finance violations. However, despite the fact that Michael Cohen admitted to making these payments at the behest of President Trump in order to, as he claims, influence the outcome of the election, President Trump himself has maintained his innocence. And in fact, just 2 weeks ago, President Trump released this letter here on social media. It was a letter that was written by Michael Cohen's lawyer, and it was sent to the Federal Elections Commission on February 8th of 2018. And here's what the letter said in relevant part, quote, "In a private transaction in 2016, before the U.S. presidential election, Mr. Cohen used his own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Ms. Stephanie Clifford. Neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction with Ms. Clifford, and neither reimbursed Mr. Cohen for the payment directly or indirectly." Meaning that Mr. Michael Cohen's lawyer was essentially telling the Federal Elections Commission that neither Trump nor his organization had anything to do with these payments, although of course later Mr. Michael Cohen did change his story and plead guilty. Regardless, though, it is the case that in 2021, the Federal Elections Commission, they wound up dropping the case themselves. Specifically, the Federal Elections Commission, who was interested in whether or not these hush money payments constituted campaign finance violations, they decided to drop their case against President Trump in the year 2021. And at that point, pretty much everyone assumed that the case was closed. A couple of times it came back into the news cycle, but each time it did, the Manhattan District Attorney, who was at first Mr. Cyrus Vance and then later Mr. Alvin Bragg, they both said that there was not enough evidence for an indictment. However, despite these earlier assertions, and despite the fact that the case was dropped at the federal level, just earlier this year, the new Manhattan District Attorney, Mr. Alvin Bragg, he revived the case, he assembled a grand jury, and he has now indicted President Trump. And so that brings us perfectly back to the present day, wherein President Trump is in court, getting arraigned, and hearing the charges that have been filed against him. And moving forward, the two questions which will likely need to be answered will be, for one, whether there was indeed bookkeeping fraud on the part of the Trump organization, and that secondly, whether or not that alleged bookkeeping fraud was done in service of hiding campaign finance violations. We'll just have to see how this case plays out over the coming days.
Excellent analysis right there. And the latest updates fold under this. Former President Trump should be leaving the Trump Tower any minute now and make his way to the Manhattan District Attorney's office for processing. His arraignment is set for 2:15 this afternoon, but he'll likely arrive at the courthouse around 1 p.m. And the indictment should be unsealed by then, meaning we will get to know what charges Mr. Trump is facing. The latest speculation is that it could include some type of conspiracy charge that's coming from John Cayley, former assistant U.S. attorney in New York, who said a conspiracy charge is in fact likely. And the indictment has galvanized many Trump supporters, as you've been witnessing. Jason Miller, senior advisor to Trump, announced that Trump's campaign has now raised a record $7 million in just 3 days since the news of his indictment. Melina Weisskopf joins us now. She's there at the Manhattan courthouse where Trump's arraignment is scheduled to take place. Melina, what's the atmosphere like there?
Yeah, hi Kelly. So there is a lot of interest, a lot of commotion. Media has been here since about 5 a.m. this morning, just waiting for this moment. And then shortly, about an hour ago, some Trump supporters started to gather up the street from me right at that park. I can actually hear them in the background shouting and, sounding off noise over there. And you'll probably see that later on as we toss to our other reporter on the ground. Now, as far as we know right now, Trump has not left Trump Tower just yet. His appearance is scheduled for 2:15 this afternoon, where he will appear for that arraignment. Before that, he will be meeting with the DA, the district attorney, to surrender. But as for how all of this will play out, optics-wise, it's still unclear because this is unprecedented. For example, we know that the certain procedures that court officials will be making, some of them may be skipped. For example, Trump's lawyer says that he's not expecting Trump to be handcuffed, as would usually happen in these types of cases. Now, as for the case itself, well, as of right now, Kelly, it's still unclear exactly what charges former President Trump is being charged with. We know there were media reports floating around last evening and this morning that he could be charged on more than 30 felony counts related to campaign finance violations, although NTD cannot officially confirm that until we get that official document from the court. As for whatever happens, though, Trump's lawyers say that they're planning to plead not guilty, file a motion to dismiss, and then hopefully get this case moved to another venue. We saw Trump this morning truthed out on Truth Social that he believes if this case is moved over to Staten Island, he believes he'd get a more fair trial there. Now, I want to bring you inside the courtroom for a moment. So Judge Merchan last evening ruled that no broadcast organizations will be allowed to do live broadcasting to film the arraignment itself. However, there will be still photographers allowed to take photos at the top of that arraignment. So that's what we can expect to see throughout the day. As of right now, we have not heard that Trump has left Trump Tower. So we'll be on standby here and providing coverage for you throughout the day.
Melina, we appreciate the update, and joining us now is former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark for legal analysis right now. And Jeff, what are some of the things that we know and maybe things that we'll see as all of this unfolds today?
Well, I think one of the key points was just made by your commentator on the ground there that we have to see the indictment before we can really get into the details. But I think one of the things that emerged overnight is that there's a serious issue here about the judge's impartiality and whether the ethics rules here should require his recusal. If you'll bear with me, I'll actually explain to you why I think that the judge should recuse himself here. And that's based on the fact that his daughter represented the Kamala Harris campaign, and then she has a political company that represents the Biden-Harris campaign, right? And obviously, this action is one that directly is one that would benefit Biden and Harris if they wind up as the Democrat candidates against President Trump, right? Anything that damages President Trump, the presumptive front runner of the Republican Party, is something that would benefit President Biden and would benefit the judge's daughter. So here's what the ethics statute says about that. And it says that a judge shall disqualify himself or herself in a proceeding in which the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned. it just right there, I think the judge's impartiality could reasonably be questioned because his daughter would stand to benefit if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were reelected. There's also a more detailed provision that says that the judge should disqualify him or herself if the judge knows that the judge or the judge's spouse or a person known by the judge to be within the 6th degree of relationship to either of them, and that clearly includes a child, that's a lot closer than 6th, or the spouse of such person has an interest that could be substantially affected by the proceeding. So if you're running a political company that represents the Biden-Harris future 2024 campaign, that's a substantial interest that would be affected. If I were Judge Merchan, I would recuse. And if I were President Trump's counsel, I would advise that they file a recusal motion and preserve that for future appeal, even if Judge Merchan denies that.
Steve? Yeah, Jeff, if we could just get your thoughts on the nature of the case, the merits of the case. We're hearing from what we know and what we understand that the possible issue of going beyond the statute of limitations, and then we're hearing this legal term called bootstrapping. If you could put that all into perspective for us and just, let us know what your thoughts are on that.
Sure. So the merits of this, I think, have been in doubt, Steve, for some time based on the leaks that have come out. Again, we're going to have to see the indictment itself before we can get into precise detail. You mentioned the issue of the statute of limitations. It seems as if this case is time barred, and there's going to be some kind of argument, we anticipate, that the statute was told because of Trump being outside of the state. I don't understand how that argument's going to work, given that Trump was not outside of the state sort of continuously. I mean, he has Trump Tower. I believe he's visited the state in the meantime. I'm going to really be interested in what the paragraphs of the indictment, and many have said they expect it to be a speaking indictment, say about the issue of the statute of limitations. I think that's a big problem. And I think that's why you're hearing that there's going to be a motion to dismiss. I think the statute of limitations will figure prominently in that. In terms of the merits of the whole thing, it seems to me like the case has a giant equal protection problem, because it's very hard to imagine that this case would be brought at all, is the first point. The second point is it really shouldn't be brought against a former president of the United States unless it were something that regularly occurs and is on the strongest possible legal grounds. Instead, it seems to be a novel, cobbled together legal theory of raising what seem to be misdemeanors to a felony by also trying to, as you say, bootstrap from a federal election issue into a state law crime. It reminds me a lot of what the theory seems to be, and we haven't seen it launched, there's only an investigation, in the Mar-a-Lago documents case, where there the issue is there's a Presidential Records Act and there's also an Espionage Act. The Presidential Records Act is exclusively civil. The Espionage Act is criminal. In order to get around the fact that there are only civil remedies for the Presidential Records Act, it looks like they tried to, they're trying to cobble together a theory of merging it with and creating a kind of Frankenstein monster of the Espionage Act with the Presidential Records Act. I don't think that works. This seems like a similar Frankenstein kind of theory so that they can get to these Class E felonies. And we know from the reporting, the suspicious leaks to Michael Isikoff that yesterday, that that's what it seems like is going to occur. There are going to be 34 Class E felony charges brought against Trump based on this kind of stitched together theory, Steve.
On that note a bit, it seems, we have former Attorney General Bill Barr calling this pathetically weak, and as we've mentioned, we haven't seen the charges yet. They haven't been unsealed. But where do you see this going forward? What are the implications of this indicting a former president?
I think, Tiffany, in short, that it's, it is banana republic level. It is something that should be beneath the United States. It's something that that we should have seen before in our history. And I think that Congress needs to consider a remedy for this.
Alvin Bragg has been pushing back on, requests for documents and potential testimony by Jim Jordan of the House Judiciary Committee, saying, this is a state matter, but out, essentially. I think his legal analysis on that is weak. And I think that because it looks like this is a selective prosecution that is singling out President Trump and candidate Trump, that it raises, as I said, serious equal protection issues, which are issues under the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. So, I think it's outrageous, and I think the implications are to make the U.S. increasingly, a place where there have been a degeneration of our political norms.
Jeff, you talk about the degeneration of our political norms and that Alvin Bragg's actions, as you just defined and described, are outrageous. So a fair question would be, is it also wrong and outrageous for former President Trump to cast the aspersions against Alvin Bragg the way he has, in such a way that it's resulted in death threats and other threats against his bringing this case forward?
I don't think that anyone would endorse violence, and I don't think that President Trump is endorsing violence. I think that President Trump is roll up his shirt sleeves, get into a political scrum kind of a president and candidate. I think that he sees that political hardball is being played against him. And certainly in the media, MSNBC, CNN, he's constantly being attacked. On social media, the level of attacks on him are very strong. So I think his first instinct is to push back in kind. But I don't think that he's remotely calling for violence. And, I think that these issues of threats, they occur on both sides. I know that, as a result of my work for the administration, and in particular issues that I touched about the election in 2020, that I've received death threats. I received a death threat, for instance, that I should go to the Pine Barrens in New Jersey, and there I would be chopped up into little pieces, right? I don't think that President Biden would endorse that. So I don't think you can kind of connect those two things as I kind of flip that around to President Trump. I think President Trump is a rough and tumble politician, but I don't think that he would ever endorse violence.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to endure that yourself, because, but it also illustrates and characterizes how far we have fallen in terms of our political discussions and dialogue with one another. Do we ever get to a point where we remain or become civil?
I think that that is the goal, Kelly. I think we should try to return to civility. Historically, though, I would say that things have been rough and tumble going back to the age of the framers.
Indeed.
I mean, if you read some of the press fighting back and forth, or the fights between Adams and Jefferson, it estranged them for a long time until they got closer to the end of their lives, and then they reunited and returned to being friends. So I think that there's a tendency to romanticize the past, but I do think that we should have a more civil era. And that's not to say that politicians shouldn't defend themselves in forceful terms, but I think that maybe social media is part of the problem, Kelly, because it encourages people to say really intemperate things and get away with it. It's not good.
Jeff Clark, thank you so much for being here. You're going to stick with us. Right now, we're going to turn to the White House before we come back to Jeff with Dr. Peter Navarro. Let's go to the White House right now. The Biden administration has stayed pretty quiet thus far on Trump's indictment. And joining us live right now is NTD's White House correspondent, Iris Tao. Iris, has Biden commented at all on the Trump indictment?
Good morning, Steve. So what we're seeing right now is that President Biden and pretty much the whole White House have avoided stepping in and commenting on any of the legal matters pertaining to Trump's indictment. So President Biden was asked several times throughout the past whole week about Trump's indictment, but we have gotten pretty much the same response, and that is he has no comment. And we can see that this is the strategy that the White House and the Biden administration have taken so far, and that is the current commander-in-chief will not get involved, especially as Trump is a declared candidate for 2024 and potentially a rival for President Biden come 2024 as well. But we'll also see that President Biden did say one thing yesterday, and that is he does have faith in the NYPD amid potential protests. And he added that he also has faith in the U.S. legal system. And meanwhile, we also see that other potential 2024 contenders have been speaking out, especially on the GOP side, and most of them are rallying behind Trump. We see that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said that this is a flimsy prosecution against a former president. And also former Vice President Mike Pence also says that the majority of the American people do see it as a political prosecution. And we also see that at the White House here, the White House press secretary will hold a press conference this afternoon at 1:30 p.m. So we do expect to see more back and forth on this topic, and we hopefully will get more comments on that. Steve.
Thank you for that, Iris. Joining us next here, we're happy to have former Trump senior advisor, Dr. Peter Navarro, who's Trump's chief China hawk and author of the book, Taking Back Trump's America. Peter can also be found at peternavarro.substack.com. Peter, from the lens of not only a scholar and a former Trump administration official, how are you viewing this indictment from a legal standpoint?
It's pure persecution that stems from the clear weaponization of our government for partisan purposes. Jeff Clark knows that well. I know it well. What I share with President Trump is a couple of things. He is, yes, the first president in our history of our republic to ever be indicted on a criminal charge. I myself am the first senior White House advisor and alter ego of the president ever to be charged with contempt of Congress. So these are like crossing the Rubicon kind of events. I thought it was interesting, your White House coverage there. There's a lot of things Biden could have said. He could have said, well, I'm glad they didn't go after Hunter, even though he belongs in jail. They didn't say that. But Biden, for example, in my particular case, I think many of your viewers know that I'm facing a 2-year prison term if they're able to convict me for doing my duty to my country and the Constitution of my commander-in-chief. But during my prosecution, the Biden White House intervened heavily because they sent a letter from their White House legal counsel at a critical period trying to strip President Trump and myself of executive privilege. And executive privilege, just so your viewers understand it, is something that goes back to the days of George Washington. It's a institution in this country designed to enhance effective executive decision-making by ensuring the separation of powers. And of course, Biden has attacked that one head on. Today, look, one of the things I want to just warn people about, because I've seen this movie before. I spent 4 years in the White House, and I was with the president on the campaign. I'm only one of 3 senior advisors that can say that. I'm very concerned in both New York and at Mar-a-Lago that there will be agent provocateurs, Antifa, BLM, maybe even FBI informants trying to provoke a crowd to violence. Because one of the Democrats' spins, for example, on the Jan 6 thing, is that somehow we're extremists and we incite violence. We now know, based on very good reporting, for example, from Darren Beatty at Revolver News, and I'm sure you all have covered these issues as well, that there was FBI informants, one or more in the crowd on Jan 6th, inciting people to violence there. So I would urge everybody in MAGA land to stay calm tonight, both in Florida and in New York. If anybody tries to incite violence, take their picture, and let's find out whether they're in Antifa, BLM, or the FBI. And again, this is, I mean, look, it's unprecedented, this weaponization of the what I call the Injustice Department. You've got the other thing I share with President Trump that's unique to me and President Trump and a few other the Trump advisors is the FBI bullying, coercion, and raids. They did it to President Trump on his property at Mar-a-Lago, the dead of night, with a whole battalion of agency. To me, they did it on my person by effectively assaulting me at the airport to arrest me when a simple phone call was the norm. 5 FBI armed agents wind up putting me in leg irons, solitary confinement, and they were seemingly proud to say that I was in the same cell that John Hinckley had been in when he'd shot a president. Somehow there was some kind of moral equivalence there in their minds. So this is extremely serious issue. They're not just coming for President Trump, they're coming for every one of his top advisors, whether it's Jeff Clark, Stephen Miller, Dan Scavino, Mark Meadows, virtually everybody I stood with fighting to create jobs at the White House and save lives during the pandemic has been under some kind of judicial assault by the Democrats in Congress and or the White House and their Department of Justice, subpoenas, arrests, whatever it is. And so today is a very historic day in the sense that they've really gone too far. I mean, we can talk a little bit about Alvin Bragg as well, the DA in New York. I mean, he is clearly a George Soros puppet. Soros spent millions upon millions of dollars seeding states around the country, whether it's Missouri or Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and here in New York with a DA, pushing that radical Democrat progressive woke agenda. And Bragg not only has gone after President Trump, he went after Steve Bannon. And Bannon and I share, again, a unique role in this on this planet. Bannon and I are the only two people on the planet who are simultaneously sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party and being prosecuted for contempt of Congress. So I guess the last thing I would share with you, based on my experience in the White House, is the arc of history on this. I remember in Trump Tower in the transition in 2016. That's when it all began, the Russia hoax, it went to the Ukraine hoax, impeachment 1, impeachment 2, the furor after Jan 6, and now the aftermath. I mean, this is like a 7-year just continued assault by the Democrats. And the last thing, I'm doing this Substack. It's peternavarro.substack.com, peternavarro.substack.com. What's important about it is my mission there is to both explain what Make America Great Again means and debunk this extremist rhetoric that the Democrats have associated with MAGA, which is just farcical, as well as provide the kind of up-to-date news and analysis on the events of the 2024 campaign. So I appreciate you allowing me to go on this long. I'm happy to take anybody's questions, Steve, Kelly, Tiffany, or Jeff, and it's going to be a very interesting day as this unfolds.
Well, Peter, before we do, our time is tight. I just want to reiterate one point that you made, which is we want to make sure that anybody viewing this, anybody on either side, violence is never condoned, and no matter if you're caught up in the heat of the moment, everybody should maintain calm throughout the day and going forward for that matter. I just want to give Jeff a quick opportunity. You guys have both faced similar situations here. I'm sure Jeff has a lot to say on some of your commentary.
Sure. Well, Peter, good to see you remotely. And you obviously, at President Trump's instruction, invoked executive privilege in your defense, and yet they're still proceeding against you. Maybe if you could just say a little bit about how ridiculous it is that President Biden can waive President Trump's executive privilege, and what that means for the republic if each succeeding president can waive the executive privilege of the one who's just left office.
Yeah, that's a great question. I want to again reiterate what executive privilege means. The word privilege has kind of got a sketchy connotation these days, the way it's been bandied about by the woke left. But executive privilege, again, goes back to George Washington when he was president, and he noticed that the legislative branch, that is Congress, was trying to encroach upon the executive branch's responsibilities. So the principle of separation of powers says that the president himself and his top advisors, who are treated identical to the president, that is, as alter egos, have this executive privilege, meaning that they cannot be subpoenaed by Congress to testify or provide documents. That's the kind of essential thing. So to keep that separation of powers, and the Department of Justice, interestingly enough, for more than 50 years, has supported absolute testimonial immunity of folks like me, which is to say that if Congress comes to calling with a subpoena, they can't compel senior advisors, and you just don't go. That's the whole essence. And out of the blue, in the middle of my legal woes, I get a letter from Jonathan Sue, the White House legal counsel, basically informing me that former presidents and their advisors aren't going to be allowed to invoke executive privilege because he's taking it away. Now, there's no law. Jeff, you and I both know there's no precedent. There's no case law. There's nothing, not a zip. It's a ridiculous kind of thing. But for me, it was the tell in the whole case because it revealed the true partisan nature. It was not just that a House of Representatives controlled by the Pelosiites was
Peter,
trying to go after Trump.
We have to wrap here, Peter.
It was everybody else. Okay, so that's it. And peternavarro.substack.com. You can go for the rest of the story there. Anytime y'all want to talk,
Peter, thank
I'm available for you. I appreciate what the Epoch Times and NTD do.
Thank you so much for joining us, Peter. Really appreciate it. And we asked people in Washington, D.C. what they think of Trump's indictment, and here's what they told us.
I think it's an unfortunate situation for the country, but no one's above the law, and it really looks like it needed to happen, unfortunately. I firmly believe people are innocent until proven guilty.
Well, I think it's a sad moment in history that a former president has been indicted for crimes both that many people allegedly feel that are damaging. I think it's an embarrassment to the country that we have to take this course of action on an elected official, someone that has been sworn to support us and to protect us. To have done what he is being accused of doing is really sad.
I think it's a travesty of the American people that one party in politics is so controlled by the liberal media that they put a former president in a situation like this. It's a travesty of the American people.
I never wish anything bad on any president, whether I voted for them or not. I want the country to do well, so I always want the president to do well. And I don't think that's what happened, so I don't think it's a good idea to try and repeat it.
Well, I feel like the people who don't want him to be reelected, I feel like that they just feel like he's not the best candidate to actually, run the country, as they feel like, there should be somebody that's more fit to do it, and they feel like how he handled his first run just wasn't the right way.
Well, the people that don't want him to be re-elected certainly do have good reason. I being one of those persons, I feel that his presence in that position has been damaging to our country. Some of the decisions that he's made has not been representative of the entirety of our country from a diversity standpoint, a population standpoint. I think it sets a very bad precedence. I think for children that are witnessing this, they have a really negative idea of what the position of the presidency is based on things that he either has done or is allegedly has done.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, everything he did in 4 years of presidency is everything he said he was going to do. Our country was in a great position from a stance of minority unemployment rates. Our military was strong. Our economy was the best it's ever been. To what we're in now, we're in a complete debacle, and basically a failed presidency is what we're in now. And you know, I think that party is scared he's going to go back into office because he gets things done, and right now we're just kind of stalled out.
I think it will energize his base, be good for fundraising, but ultimately be a drag on his candidacy.
From what I hear, it's going to help him. And I'm for Trump, so I hope that's the case. Because they've been after him since before he was sworn in, you know, back in 2016. So, you know, give the guy a break, get off his back, let him do his job.
I want to say it's going to hurt him, but I don't really think that it's going to hurt him just the fact that he was able to become president. And the fact that, you know, there was a substantial amount of things going on before, during, and after his presidency, he was able to still, you know, run. So I feel like this isn't really going to hurt him too much.
I think both. He has a very large following, those that are hunkered down and support him. I do think, by and large, it will hurt him. I think it will sort of reaffirm what many of us think of him or have thought of him. It's just a sad time in our country's history that I hope we can get past. We've had pretty bad situations in the United States before, but this being one of them as well. So yes, I do feel that it will hurt him in the more general sense, and in another sense for those supporters that he has, which is a very large number of people, millions of people that support him. It'll help that in that regard.
I think that where he's currently at is going to benefit him. More than it's going to hurt him. See, I think the Democrats are thinking they're going to hurt him, but what they don't understand is the Republican people are full of liberty. They're going to fight the cause because they are indicting him is going to empower the Republican Party even more than they are now.
The people that represent themselves in talking about this situation. Let's bring you an update now. Former President Donald Trump just sent out his last email to supporters before his arraignment later this afternoon. He wrote, quote, "Today, we mourn the loss of justice in America. Today is the day that a ruling political party arrests its leading opponent for having committed no crime," he states. Trump has also been posting on Truth Social today about the case. He calls the courthouse a, quote, "very unfair venue," and says the case should be moved to nearby Staten Island. Of course, we heard Melina Weisskopf report on that. And now we've heard that the judge who's handling the case, Judge Marchand, could issue a gag order on Trump, preventing him from discussing the case with the public at all. And several of Trump's allies, including Congressman Jim Jordan and James Comer, today voiced their concerns over that potential gag order. And now we go to Roman, who's checking in with Epoch. We're going to check in now with Roman Balmakoff of Epoch TV and about the protest that's going on. And he's hosted by Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, going on near the courthouse. Roman, what can you tell us so far about what the Congresswoman and other protesters are doing?
All right, so we are here live in downtown Manhattan. Behind me is what's known as Collect Pond Park. It's where the young Republicans are putting together an event in support of President Trump. We're a few blocks away from the actual site of the arraignment. However, if you've ever been to a conservative event here in Manhattan, you can pretty much imagine what it's like. The ratio of reporters to protesters is about 4 to 1. For every 4 reporters, there's 1 protester. So you get sights of 1 protester standing right here, a hovel of reporters pointing at him. What the police did in order to avoid any kind of security problems is that they split the park in half. On one side of the park, you have anti-Trump protesters. On the other side is the reporters and the Trump protesters. So that's pretty much what it's looking like. Maybe 30 minutes ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene was here giving a speech. Lasted for about 3 minutes. There were sound issues, and then she walked away, got into her car, and drove by. We have a protester here. We pulled him out from across the street from the hovel of reporters over there. What brings you out here today, sir?
I just want to tell everybody where the real criminals are. What does that shirt mean? Democrat, inmate, rhino, what does that mean?
I mean, both. It just didn't fit, so I just had to, be creative.
It's a debacle shirt.
No, I just want to, that's a message. It's not Trump. It's these people right here.
What's your opinion of the indictment? You think there's legitimate evidence that there might be a crime, or it's politically motivated, or a bit of both?
It's all lies since the beginning. It's all lies. Truth was right since the beginning.
Wow. So what do you hope to achieve today? What's the best case scenario? You go there and what? You meet some people, you make a scene. What's the best case scenario?
I'm here to support Trump. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. So so we'll be in there talking to more people, seeing what their opinions are. And what he said is pretty much what we've heard from people thus far. They're here to support Trump. They think that this indictment is politically motivated. On the other side, of course, they think it's not. They think there's real evidence. We'll talk to them as well, bring you that story. So, Oh, God. You want to speak to the camera? What brings you out here today?
Donald Trump. Donald Trump. And to show Alvin Bragg that he's the one who's going to prison. These are fake charges. He falsely did not show 850 documents to the grand jury. That's illegal. What Trump did was not illegal.
So what's your opinion? Do you think the grand jury saw some evidence that makes them think there's a crime and there's some legitimate piece of evidence we didn't see?
This is New York. It's a liberal state who hates Donald Trump, and he could not have gotten a fair grand jury or a fair trial here at all. It'll never happen.
All right, well, thank you so much. All right, so we'll be talking to people for the rest of the day up until about 2:30 when Trump is set to be arraigned. Until then, back to you in the studio.
Roman, thank you for that report. I think a lot of us here on the set are still looking at that other protester who is very decorative out there. Anyway, joining us now is Timothy Allen Simon. He's chairman of the California African American Chamber of Commerce. He's based in San Francisco. And Timothy, I'd like you to talk to us about the political implications of this impeachment. I should also point out that you formerly served with Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was in office there in California. So you've seen it through the Republican lens and also through the independent lens. How do you see this going on now in terms of this historic moment? And obviously that's a term overused, but yet it does illustrate exactly where we are in our American history.
Well, Kelly, thank you for having me on, and thank you to the rest of the team there. This is a tragic moment in American history, regardless of what side of the issues that you're on. I think the tragedy is being fed by the fact that there's a lot of opining on a sealed indictment. All of us really do not know what the magnitude of the charges will be that will be placed against President Trump today. And of course, the president, like all American citizens, is presumed innocent until proven by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office beyond a reasonable doubt that he in fact committed the crimes. I'm hearing a lot about the political side of this, or the weaponization of the judicial or the criminal justice process. District attorneys are elected officials. So you ran for office to obtain the seat. It's not unheard of that politics will come into play. For example, if Alvin Bragg came into office saying, I'm going to be dealing with street drug dealing or violence or whatever the case may be, that is to draw voters. So even for those who are supporting this effort, I think they have to understand that it is very difficult in America to avoid politics, whether you're appointed or elected. It's part of the American process. It's part of our democracy. There is supposed to be blinders. Justice is supposed to be blind and simply looking at the facts and the record. But be that as it may, I don't think it is unheard of to inject politics into the analysis of this matter.
Steve?
Timothy, I mean, just kind of a lighter question. There's obviously a complete media circus right now down at the courthouse in New York, and in our universes here in Washington. We're based in New York right now for the coverage, but in Washington, you're out in the West Coast. How engaged is your average American out there in what's going on with this, like Kelly said, historic situation?
Well, we're a deeply blue state. I think, even though we have solid red pockets within the state, but I think overall there is a heightened focus on this proceeding. This is a precedent. Is this a kitchen table knife and fork issue to most working families? I would probably say not. But for those who are following the political process, knowing that we are now in the presidential election cycle, I do think there is attention being paid on this proceeding.
And Timothy, it seems we are hearing that the judge may impose a gag order on Trump. What would that do? Because it seems Trump likes to be quite outspoken. What would be the implications here if that were to happen?
I was anticipating that, and the gag order would apply to all of the litigants in this case. I don't think it would just apply to President Trump. It would apply to the district attorney as well. I believe the judge is attempting to maintain control and decorum of the proceeding and having it focused on him as the trier of fact and the jury in terms of the actual determination if this in fact goes to trial. Let us not forget, the Trump attorneys have said they will not accept a plea deal. But be that as it may, the prosecution and the defense will begin to dialogue after the charges as to what are the possibilities of a plea deal. The Trump team has also made it clear that they will be filing numerous motions, including that of having the judge recuse himself, because what they have put forth could be a conflict of interest. This is all normal course in a criminal proceeding, all under New York's criminal procedure or criminal statutes. I once heard the late Johnny Cochran say that in America, a man is innocent until proven broke. And President Trump has enormous resources. He has proven himself to be one of the best in terms of dealing with allegations or charges being brought against him. I think it's going to be a very fascinating case going forward.
Timothy, right here we're joined by former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark. And Jeff, I know you wanted to weigh in as well. And Timothy is one of the brightest minds I know in legal analysis. So anything that you'd like to say to Timothy, please.
So, Timothy, don't you think it's interesting that there have been these leaks against President Trump, and then simultaneously the argument that we can't really fully comment on this until we see the indictment, which is undoubtedly true. But whose fault is that? Isn't that the fault of Alvin Bragg for getting things sealed until today? And even then, we don't know for sure that we're actually going to see the indictment unsealed today. What's your view on that?
Well, words matter. And for purposes of our discussion, it was a grand jury that indicted President Trump. Now, as you know, as a former prosecutor, there's an old saying that a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich. But, our system of our judicial system is part of us seeking to become a perfect union as the United States. But I do believe keeping the indictment sealed until today, when it will be released, it is said that it will probably be read, was the prosecutorial discretion of Mr. Bragg. And that's within his realm to determine how, in fact, he will progress with the vote from the criminal grand jury to indict former President Trump.
Timothy Allen Simon, we appreciate you so much, and I'm sure we will likely be hearing from you again as this historic case continues to unfold. Thank you, Timothy. Meantime, NTD's Melina Weisskopf is at the Manhattan courthouse where everything is about to unfold, and we're following details there very closely. Melina, can you bring us up to date in terms of what's going on there right now?
Yeah, Kelly, so from what we know right now, former President Trump has not yet left Trump Tower. What we can expect to see when he gets here could be very similar to what we saw yesterday when he arrived at Trump Tower. So it was a very discreet entrance. The only way that media, although media is, staked up and down this street right here, we may not be able to see him actually enter the door because there could be another entrance that Trump goes in. For example, yesterday at Trump Tower, media was located on one side of Trump Tower. That's where the NYPD had us stationed. But Trump, his motorcade entered from the other side. He briefly waved as he walked inside, so that we could see a similar situation unfold here today when Trump arrives. Of course, the Trump team wants to keep the media coverage on this very low key. They don't want to hype this up any more than it already is. Now, one interesting fact, earlier today we did see Congressman George Santos walk right down the street with a crowd of media surrounding here. He said he came here to support former President Trump. Of course, we know Santos was accused of lying on his resume and, other issues with being untruthful about his history. So that was quite an interesting scene. We'll actually play some of that B-roll for you later when you come back to us in that next hit. So as far as, like you just mentioned, there was a guest on that just mentioned exactly how we will come to know the details of what Trump is being charged with. Because as of right now, like we mentioned earlier and like we've heard throughout this entire live broadcast, those details are still under seal by the DA. And when Trump arrives for his arraignment at 2:15, those details of the charges are expected to be read out loud, and then we will be able to confirm exactly what he's being charged with. Now, it's interesting to see, if we could just pan the camera around, I kind of want to show you exactly what we're looking at here. It's an interesting mix of kind of seeing the hustle and bustle of the city. So you still have pedestrians walking down the street. They haven't blocked it off. There's still traffic coming through, so there's still foot traffic, still car traffic. It's just kind of a little bit more crazy because you have security on one side, you have media, you have protesters, so it's quite interesting. There's the hustle bustle of the city, then you have all of this happening, so it's an interesting mix here, of course, with heightened security. Now, what happened yesterday is when Trump was in his motorcade rolling through the city, they blocked off this, the sidewalk to pedestrians and to traffic, but that only lasted about 30 minutes until Trump very discreetly walked inside. So that's kind of what we're expecting to see play out today. And so you'll find us back here in about an hour or so, and by that time maybe Trump would have already arrived.
Yeah, we're following all of that, Melina. We thank you for bringing us up to date and also panning to show us how it is a typical New York City environment. I've covered many cases there where you're standing and life goes on, but at the same time, this historic moment taking place, many people are curious and will be there to look and watch and then wait to hear what's in this indictment. But we thank you for bringing us up to date. We look forward and we'll join you again throughout the day. Meantime, joining us now is veteran trial lawyer and former president of the National Bar Association. And she's also quite familiar with the Georgia case that's going on and the other legal battles that are unfolding for the former president. We have C.K. Hoffler joining us right now. And C.K., it's so good to see you, and thanks for joining us at this hour. We've asked a lot of people out there what they think about this case, but I'll ask you as an attorney and someone who's been head of the National Bar Association, and you're quite familiar with DA Alvin Bragg, you're quite familiar with former President Donald Trump, and you're familiar with the Georgia case. Where do you see this initial case going on right now and the former President of the United States coming forward for an arraignment?
Well, good morning, Kelly. I think, as you said, this is an unprecedented case. I think that the media frenzy surrounding this case is not allowing people to just look at the legal issues. The president, once he takes a plea, he will have the option, he's being arraigned. Once he decides what he's going to do, then he will officially be part of the criminal process. He's going to be a defendant in a case. And that, in that instance, that is going to distinguish this former president from any other former president, number one. Secondly, he's going to be treated like a defendant in a criminal process, like other defendants in the criminal process. And so that is going to be unprecedented. Whether the judge will issue a gag order to stop a lot of the statements that are being made by him, certainly his attorney knows not to make too many statements, but any potential witnesses, that remains to be seen. But this is going to be really, really a new stage, a new step for this former president, because he is now going to be a defendant like other defendants. And that's going to be interesting to see how he reacts to being a defendant in a criminal proceeding.
I need to ask you, what does that state about the rule of law and the integrity of law in our country?
Well, it does say that there are 3 separate branches of government, and there's a judicial branch, there's a judiciary, and he is now in the process of going through the judicial branch, going through the process. This is the president that talked about law and order. This is part of the law and order. He's just a defendant in this process. So what it says is that the process is working. Politically, people are on different sides. They may not like the fact that but there is that's criminal activity. 25 to 30 individuals from the state of New York, from Manhattan, returned an indictment, and it is based on that. They want political people. They were just regular people who served on that panel and returned an indictment, and now we're seeing the process play out. And it's going to be a very, very significant process, because if he wanted to be former president of the United States, then nobody would be interested in this. But he is, this is where we are, and the process is working.
Yeah. And CK, we lost your sound just a little bit. I can still hear you, but for some reason, the sound quality just went down a little bit there. But also joining me on the set is former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark. Jeff, CK has been following this case and so many other cases, a seasoned trial lawyer, and she's talking about the fact that there is a political aspect to this, but it's still following with the rule of law. I want to know if you have any concerns about the rule of law. Is it under question right now? And the integrity of it, as I asked her, it has to be ruled that no one is above the law, and at the same time, the statement can be made that no one should be targeted by the law for any politicalization of that.
I believe that, Kelly, that this is a selective prosecution that raises a serious 14th Amendment equal protection issue. But the question, I guess, interesting question, especially as a former bar leader for CK, that I would have is, does she think that this is something that, because it had a nexus to the 2016 election and because President Trump is obviously a former federal official, should he be able to remove this case to federal court, or should it stay and should it always, a case like this, always stay in the future in the state court system?
That's a good question. Let me ask if our team has been able to get CK back. I know we were having a little bit of audio issue with her. I don't see her, and I think she will be joining us later. That is a very good question to ask about this particular case, and I would love to hear her response to that, because I know she'll have a very solid response and answer for that. Well, okay, we're going to try to get CK back, and if she is watching, and I know that she is, maybe we can have her dial back in, and we'll try to get her back. In the meantime, we have been asking people throughout the country about this case. For example, in Pennsylvania, we've asked people what they think of the former president's indictment, and here's what they have been telling us.
The Trump indictment is the biggest thing to help Donald Trump that came along recently. He should be very pleased with it.
Terribly politically motivated. I mean, the Hillary Clinton campaign, they disguised their funding for the Steele dossier as a campaign expense. Basically the same thing as Trump did. No repercussions there. But I think it's going to help Trump. I think it's going to get him it's gotten him a lot of donations. The attacks won't stop, and it's so obviously politically motivated. I mean, there's 2 more lawsuits in the pipeline, but I think once this goes before a judge, I mean, like they say, a jury can indict a ham sandwich. Indictment doesn't mean conviction. I think when they present this before a judge, it's going to get thrown out.
I think it's political in nature. It's already been past the 2-year statute of limitations for it to be a misdemeanor prosecution anyway, and it seems like they're trying to trump the charges up, per se, because he is a former president and they don't like him. Alvin Bragg campaigned against Donald Trump explicitly. I think they're trying to indict him to try to intimidate President Trump so that he decides not to run or not to continue his campaign.
Whether you like Donald Trump or you don't, whether you're a Democrat, Independent, or Republican, people should be appalled at what we're seeing happening here in America. This isn't, the United States that we know. that goes after political opponents, and unfortunately, I believe it will backfire.
Because they've been trying to do a lot of things when it comes to Trump on there, and he seems to bounce back like a rubber ball. So I don't think it'll bother him none.
Honestly, I don't really pay attention to it. I just go to work every day and come home. I think it's just a bunch of BS, and people get their ratings and ranks. I'm not really into it. No, I just I'm just a typical person. And I mean, in my opinion, matters in the long run, yes, but also I feel it doesn't matter. They're going to do what they want, so that's how I feel about it.
Well, what do you want to give your true opinion? Like, is there something inside there that you really
want? They all go out and get a real job and work for a living and not worry about a big pot of money in their pocket, then they might change their minds on how they do things around here.
So do you think Trump will help with that or not?
He has in the past, so yes, I would say yeah on that. I mean,
I'm looking forward for big changes in the American political system, hopefully.
Thank you so much for your time. And what do you do for a living, or what?
I'm retired.
Yeah. What did you do?
I was a pipe fitter.
Oh, you're a pipe fitter.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Really.
Thank you.
NTD is
Okay.
the website.
All right.
I'll travel around anywhere on the East Coast to see him. He does his all for us. I'm gonna give my all for him. I'm not giving up. We need him back. This economy's a joke. I went shopping last night and I broke my bank account, so feels like the right thing to do, And he's got enough supporters, but he could always use more, and it just means the world to me. It makes me feel like I'm a part of something too.
He's not the only president that has something against him. Other presidents in line have done things, and they still ran for office. So I feel that this could be a witch hunt. People trying to find things against him so he doesn't run again. And they're trying everything they could to distract him. The community that I'm in, most of them are supportive of him. And I guess everybody's feeling the same way, the tension, the anxiety, the distractions and everything else. And I think we're all praying that everything works out for him, everything comes out good, so that way we could go back to normalcy.
He wants to make America great again. And I just think there are some people out there that don't want to see America be great again. And so they're trying to bring him down with everything they can. They're trying to grasp at straws and strings to pull him down. When I was invited to this morning, I automatically came to it. I'm invited to another function tomorrow. I'm going to go because I love meeting these people that are in support of what I believe as well.
We're here to support the President Trump, and for what's going on and everything else. I mean, these indictments are a joke. I mean, they said they have 31, but they're not opening them up and looking at exactly what they are. He's definitely going to be going up to New York, and he's going to do the whole thing that they asked him to do.
We're giving away hot dogs. They're all the same hot dog. I just came up with some funny names: Trump dog, MAGA dog, super MAGA dog, and then of course the deplorable dog. I don't think they're going to be able to stick any charges to Donald Trump, the Teflon Don. I don't see it happening. They've had 7 years to scrutinize Donald Trump's finances, his business dealings, his partnerships, everything like that.
All right, so that's some of the comments from people that we talked to on the streets. It was a little bit more than Pennsylvania. It looked like we had some Florida people weighing in as well. But getting back now to the legal aspects of all of this, which goes beyond opinions and gets right down to the rule of law, is C.K. Hoffler. She is the former president of the National Bar Association. She joins us right now. And C.K., we were talking just a moment ago, and I'm so glad we were able to get you back. So we heard from the various people out there, and as you stated, many people will talk about the politics of all of this, but you're talking about the law aspects of all of this. So let's get back to that point, the law in and of itself. We do not know what these charges will state, but we do know that no one is above the law in terms of following the rule of law. And yet we also understand that people should be not targeted for any legal proceedings based on a political partisan agenda. What do you say?
Well, it's great to be back. I say this, the president is about to be part of an official proceeding. No one is above the law. Certainly this is unprecedented, and people are going to fall on both sides of the issue because, let's face it, he's a former president of the United States, and we're in a political climate. But if we focus really truly on the issues and why 25 to 30 citizens, people from Manhattan felt that they needed to return this indictment, and why the president, based on the evidence that was presented to them, and why the president is going to be arraigned and will have the ability, just like every other criminal defendant, to plead guilty or not guilty or whatever plea he's going to make. And then he will be able to exercise those constitutional rights that he is complaining about and others are complaining about in the judicial system. He will be able to put forth defenses. He will be able to talk about the issues through his counsel and through the legal proceeding, just like other people. And so all that the former president feels that he's being denied, he is about to have the right and the ability to articulate those. And that's the judicial system in this country. What he won't have the ability to do if a judge chooses to issue a gag order, which I think in this case he may very well do, is continue the social media platform that he's utilizing to articulate his position. Because typically, when there's a case pending, you don't want the ability of anyone to prevent someone from having a fairly reasonable, a fair trial. I mean, this country wants, of course, everyone to have a fair trial, including the former president of the United States. That's not political. That's the judicial system. That's the law. But if there are statements, comments by witnesses, by parties, that are constantly berating the judge, berating the prosecutor, calling the prosecutor an animal, and inciting violence that potentially, ostensibly, can stand in the way of the president receiving a fair trial. Nobody wants that to happen. Nobody wants there to be obstruction of justice. So all of these people who are making comments, they're political figures, members of Congress and the Senate that are making a lot of comments. They must be very careful because they could run the risk of being accused of obstructing justice. No one wants that to happen. That's not going to help the former president, and it's not going to help his case. It's not going to help the prosecutors. It's not going to help the defendant. So what we see here is the judicial process at play. The president is going to be arraigned. He's going to take a plea. The process will begin. He will be able to exercise his constitutional rights and to defend himself, which is the American way. The judge issuing a gag order, if he does that, which would be an extreme measure, because we people do have freedom of speech, would be because he's concerned about the president having a fair trial, and he doesn't want there to be anything to obstruct that, including allegations of people trying to tamper with the jury pool, trying to influence a jury pool. This is a very, very serious proceeding. This is not the only high-profile case that they've had in Manhattan and in New York. And so the authorities are well poised, whether it's the police officers, whether it's the mayor, whether it's everyone, to ensure law and order during this process. And that does one thing, that protects the former president of the United States.
And CK, here with me, as I indicated earlier before, is the former Assistant Attorney General during the Trump administration, Jeff Clark. And Jeff has stated, before, Jeff, you were talking about the Judge Marchand should perhaps recuse himself because of his family's association with Vice President Kamala Harris. But you had some issues or some concerns, and you also wanted to ask CK a question about being a former representative or president of the National Bar Association.
Yes, thanks, Kelly. And CK, good to have you back. Sorry we lost you right after I posed my question to you, which was about the issue of whether you think a case like this should be removable. So let me ask you that question, and then a second question, which is, do you think that the deck procedurally up to this point has been stacked against President Trump because he hasn't yet seen the indictment? His lawyers apparently haven't yet seen the indictment. Yet there was a story from Michael Isikoff last night leaking details about the indictment. So it looks like there's more knowledge out there on the Bragg anti-Trump side and less ability of the president to defend himself. So those are my two questions.
Well, I do think, let me take the last question first. I don't think the deck has been stacked against the former president. He's had more media attention following this than I've seen in a long time. I think that's the nature of the beast. Shortly, his lawyers are going to see the indictment. They're going to see the accusations, and he will have the ability, and this is why the deck isn't stacked against him, to respond to each and every element. And I think that's important. Short term, something being leaked, things are always leaked. It's not good. I don't know that it benefits any side, either side, to be perfectly honest, because if something is leaked from the district attorney's office, that's going to inure to the detriment of the district attorney. If something is not, and that happens quite a bit, especially in high profile cases, it's not good, it's not a great thing, but I don't think it's detrimental to the president. I don't think it's stacked against him. I do think that the president will have the ability right now, we're at 2:30, once he is arraigned, to his lawyers, and he will be able to see the indictment, and they'll begin the process of defending himself. If for some reason it's normal for the defendant not to see the indictment until arraignment. So there's nothing unusual about that, and it shouldn't be different for a former president of the United States. The key is fairness. Now, as to whether or not, and I know that you have taken a position previously that this judge should recuse himself, that is within his discretion, whether he feels he can sit and objectively rule in this case without showing favoritism on one side or the other. In a political environment, there are relationships everywhere. We have a former president. He has appointed so many judges. This is if this case is removed, you said, is it removable? Well, I assume you mean removable to federal court. If that were the case, then there would be the same process. In federal court, both sides, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, it'd be luck of the draw who the judge is going to be. The political process is the political process. The key right now, the way I see it, is there's 25 to 30 individuals who had nothing to do with the politics decided on this issue, and that result has been this indictment. That's critical. We vote for our district attorneys in most jurisdictions. We vote for judges in most jurisdictions. That means that people have spoken on these individuals that they've elected in Manhattan, in the state of New York. So we don't need to meddle in that process because the voters have decided. So unless there's something shocking, it can't be a relationship, a political relationship, but something as shocking that would mean that just this judge would not be able to be fair, then he should not recuse himself. First of all, he can't be forced to recuse himself. He would need to make the determination of recusal, but I don't see the grounds thus far, based on all the information that I see and understand to be the case, for him to recuse himself. I do think that the president is going to get a fair shake, and he's going to have ample opportunity right away, right now, today, to begin to mount a very, very robust defense. And this judge thus far on similar issues, and we got to listen to the president's own attorney. The president's own attorney said he felt that there was absolutely no bias with this judge, while he recognized that his client has a right to his own opinion. That's what's important here. If your own attorney is saying that, I believe that that carries some weight.
CK, in the short amount of time that I have left, I've got 30 seconds or left, and I asked Jeff this earlier today. Beyond the legal expertise that you bring to the table, what's your American heart say about what this case means in terms of the world watching America in terms of its integrity with the rule of law?
You know, as an American, I think this is a sad day. Of course, we have a former president who's being indicted. There's no question about that. It's a sad day. But as an officer of the court, as a lawyer, as someone who's practiced for close to 40 years, 37 years and change, I think that we're seeing the process play itself out the way that it should. No one is above the law. No one is above the law. And that is the message here. The world looks up to the United States and our system of jurisprudence to do the right thing, to make the right decisions. And I think that's what we're seeing today. Is it a sad day for Americans? Yes, it is, when you have a former president who's indicted. But is the judiciary working the way it should? I believe it is.
C.K. Hoffler, appreciate you coming on to share your legal expertise and your insights. And Jeff, we thank you as well, former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark. Thank you both. And now, before we give you the latest updates, as we've stated throughout the morning and we've shown you, we've asked people across America what they think of former President Trump's indictment. And here's what some other people have been telling us.
The Trump indictment is the biggest thing to help Donald Trump that came along recently. He should be very pleased with it.
I mean, the Hillary Clinton campaign, they disguised their funding for the Steele dossier as a campaign expense. Basically the same thing as Trump did. No repercussions there. I think it's going to get him it's gotten him a lot of donations. The attacks won't stop, and it's so obviously politically motivated. I mean, there's 2 more lawsuits in the pipeline, you know, But I think once this goes before a judge, I mean, like they say, a jury can indict a ham sandwich. Indictment doesn't mean conviction. I think when they present this before a judge, it's going to get thrown out.
I think it's political in nature. It's already been past the 2-year statute of limitations for it to be a misdemeanor prosecution anyway, and it seems like they're trying to trump the charges up per se because he is a former president and they don't like him. Alvin Bragg campaigned against Donald Trump explicitly. I think they're trying to indict him to try to intimidate President Trump so that he decides not to run or not to continue his campaign.
You know, whether you like Donald Trump or you don't, whether you're a Democrat, Independent, or Republican, people should be appalled at what we're seeing happening here in America. This isn't, you know, the United States that we know that goes after political opponents, and unfortunately, I believe it will backfire.
I'll travel around anywhere on the East Coast to see him. He does his all for us. I'm going to give my all for him. You know, I'm not giving up. We need him back. This economy's a joke. I went shopping last night and I broke my bank account. So feels like the right thing to do. You know, he's got enough supporters, but he could always use more. And it just means the world to me. It makes me feel like I'm a part of something too.
He's not the only president that has something against him. Other presidents in line have done things, and they still ran for office. So I feel that this could be a witch hunt, and they're trying everything they could to distract him. The community that I'm in, most of them are supportive of him. And I guess everybody's feeling the same way, the tension, the anxiety, the distractions and everything else. And I think we're all praying that everything works out for him, everything comes out good, so that way we could go back to normalcy.
He wants to make America great again. And I just think there are some people out there that don't want to see America be great again. And so they're trying to bring him down with everything they can. They're trying to grasp at straws and strings to pull him down. When I was invited to this morning, I automatically came to it. I'm invited to another function tomorrow. I'm going to go because I love meeting these people that are in support of what I believe as well.
We're here to support President Trump and for what's going on and everything else. I mean, these indictments are a joke. I mean, they said they have 31, but they're not opening them up and looking at exactly what they are. He's definitely going to be going up to New York, and he's going to do the whole thing that they asked him to do.
We're giving away hot dogs. They're all the same hot dog. I just came up with some funny names: Trump dog, MAGA dog, super MAGA dog, and then of course the deplorable dog. I don't think they're going to be able to stick any charges to Donald Trump, the Teflon Don. I don't see it happening. They've had 7 years to scrutinize Donald Trump's finances, his business dealings, his partnerships, everything like that.
And welcome back. Trump is expected to arrive at the criminal court in Lower Manhattan by 1 p.m. As we saw earlier, his supporters and counter-protesters have been gathering in front of the courthouse, along with many members of the media. They swarmed Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia after she gave a brief speech. As expected, she calls the indictment a political persecution, twisting the criminal code. She said this is something that happens in communist countries and asked every American to take a stand. The Congresswoman also called the case election interference. We'll check in with our reporter on the ground there in a few minutes. But joining us now is Angie Wong, president of Legacy PAC. Angie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So I heard you made your way through Manhattan to come here. What are you seeing on the ground? What's the feeling there about this indictment?
Yeah, no, I'm actually quite surprised how calm Manhattan is this morning. I took a walk around downtown, and yes, the police have their pins up, and there was lots of people there. But generally, since we heard of the indictment last Thursday, New Yorkers have pretty much restrained themselves, right? We haven't seen any riots. We haven't seen any cars burning. So people are taking to media and social media to air their grievances. But generally, New York is pretty calm, with the exception of the park downtown by the courthouse. There were several hundred people there, although what I saw was mainly media covering, much more so than protesters, and there were some anti-Trumpers there as well, ready to go and start something up. We saw that Marjorie Taylor Greene stepped out of her car for less than 5 minutes. She was swarmed by anti-Trump protesters, and she was immediately by her security team put back in the car after a very brief speech.
And you wrote earlier on Twitter that this is a sad day for America. So tell us what's happening here. What does this mean going forward?
This is a pure abuse of our American justice system. Look, the Manhattan DA is voted in for one particular job, which is to protect the citizens of Manhattan, right? He's going after a guy in Florida, right? So I was a Manhattan resident for a very long time, and I ran the Manhattan DA's race for Tom Kenneth, which was a Republican candidate against Alvin Bragg. Bragg ran on an entire campaign based on getting Trump, which is what he's delivering now to his constituents, because he knows in a few years' time he's going to have to go for a re-election. So now he's delivering his campaign promise on the backs of American taxpayers, as well as citizens and residents here in Manhattan who can't even get basic security levels, right? We're having people stabbed and shot at, and they get to walk, whereas we're prosecuting someone off a New York State bookkeeping error.
If I could just chime in, Angie, I mean, to your point, you also covered many things, one of which was the New York court system. So in your opinion, just being down there on the ground, how is this differing in terms of media coverage? And also, a separate question, just a follow-up would be, you're mentioning the difference in I guess jurisdiction almost that there could be in terms of what the district attorney should be covering. How do you think foreign countries are looking in at this as well?
Yeah, no, I mean, we have the world's media watching this scene unfold right now in downtown Manhattan. They are scratching their heads because this is the first time we've ever seen an indictment and arraignment of a former sitting president. So this stuff doesn't happen here. This is the first time ever. I don't know how they'll react, but certainly it looks like a sliding of an American empire. To me, and I believe that's what the newspapers tomorrow overseas will say as well. So,
at least in our adversaries' eyes, for sure.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see how kindly they treat the Americans tomorrow, but certainly this is going to be front page news tomorrow around the world. And we certainly see lots of news crew, everything from Belgium. I spoke with a reporter from Belgium yesterday, someone from Japan. They're heavily covering this live, even though it's 12 hours back, so it's midnight there, and they're covering this like it's, an OJ, like the OJ trial, right? They're just really wall-to-walling it. So this is a very historical day, but it's really important to remind people that other jurisdictions refuse to cover this, right? As in, there wasn't any charges from the DOJ. The FEC, the Federal Elections Commission, back in 2021, has already dropped this case 4-1. Their chairs dropped it, said there's nothing here. So I'm not sure what Alvin Bragg is going for, other than to please his constituents here in Manhattan, and also to give the world a show, to get Donald Trump's mugshot out there.
So Angie, beyond the show as you describe, we as Americans, how do we overcome this unprecedented moment in our history? How do we look, first we have to go through it, but in going through it, how do we get to that place, to that there of the greatness of America and the goodness of America, and bringing people together from all political stripes, all ethnicities, all tribes? How do we dispense with the tribalism and come together as a nation?
This is a great case of people coming together from all sides. I don't know if you noticed, but the Republican Party was quite split up until now. What I saw in the last few days were the two fractions of the Republican parties coming together in support of not just Donald Trump, but of a working American legal system. And people are being very outspoken. Even some of the never Trumpers are coming out saying, you can't do this, right? So that has been some of the kind of happier moments to come from this, terrible event. I also see that people who weren't really political coming and going, hang on, this is really strange. This feels weird to me because you've been after Trump for 4+ years now, and you still haven't gotten anything. And we're now going back and trying to trying to bring charges against him for, well, we'll learn in a few hours what those charges are, but they don't seem very significant. So this awful moment might actually be bringing Americans together. And I think that's what we're seeing.
I mean, to Angie's point, you have to look at it, and there are a lot of Trump detesters that are speaking out on the former president's behalf. You have Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to impeach the former president after January 6th. You have Bill Barr, who also has a lot of ill thoughts toward the president, if you will, and even a Democrat, Joe Manchin, not for the idea. So with that said, I think it begs another question, which we're trying to make sense of, is what is this doing to his base right now, leading into 2024, and also do you think that this will serve to help him in a general election?
Oh, certainly. I think that his base is always going to be his base, right? There's going to be little movement fractures here and there. But generally, we are in the 24/7 Trump show, all of us right now. And even his opponents who have declared their run for presidency have to talk about Trump, right? So everyone's talking about Trump. And he's going to suck all the media air for the next 15 months, as he did in 2016 and 2020. I think his base is energized. They're ready to go. They've raised $7 million on the backs of the indictment news. And $1 million of that $7 million came from first-time donors. So that, to me, that's great data to have. People who were apolitical up until now, never donated in their lives, are donating to Donald Trump. And that's got to be a wake-up call to the left. But aside from that, I also believe that Joe Biden needs Donald Trump to be the nominee on the Republican ticket because it energizes his base, right? And we saw that in 2020 where Joe Biden used Trump wherever he could to energize his donors and energize his voters. So this is the same principle with Alvin Bragg. He's energizing his donors and his voters using Donald Trump.
Politics is boring without the former president involved.
Well, let me ask you on that note then, because I think you have alluded to something that's very strong and powerful in the world of politics, particularly as it pertains to presidential politics. This will likely bode well for the former president in terms of primaries. But to your point, how it helps Joe Biden in a general election, the country's still very divided on if they support the former president, and we know that many Democrats do not really support Joe Biden running again. So this really shows us a dichotomy politically. I mean, I can't expect you to read between the lines and forecast the future, but we're really in for a 2024 campaign, perhaps between two men that have not really galvanized all of America.
Yeah, it's the same playbook from 2020. We're seeing the same kind of movements, the same kind of structure from both sides, right? Where, as I mentioned, Trump steals the media air. Joe Biden uses Trump to trigger, the Trump derangement that we've seen with the far left, and. I don't feel like there's an appeal right now for the middle ground and kind of the undecideds. That will have to come with some other campaigning, whether it's the issue of indicting a former sitting president, or maybe it's going to go back to the parents, because that's going to be a big base this round for the 2024 elections. The parents are going to be kind of the sleeping giants here that will wake up and choose a side based on not politics, but schools and their children and their savings.
The kitchen table issues.
Yes.
And yet we have a major distraction from those kitchen table issues right now because of what's unfolding here today. Historically, in this country, we've never seen this before. But this doesn't negate what American parents are going through, and that is, how do I take care of my child and make sure that my child gets a great education? So that issue is still going to be there.
I agree, and this is a nice shiny object to stare at while there's real issues on the ground. You know, we've seen this over and over again. Joe Biden cannot address those non-shiny objects, those real issues at the kitchen table, such as gas prices, egg prices, even schools. So if he can't talk on that and he can't address those domestic issues, then we can just refocus on Trump. Right? And I think that is going to be the distraction for the next 15 months if this thing goes to trial. That's the hope anyway, and I think that's the playbook. And they have backups, just in case the Manhattan DA doesn't pull it off.
Real quickly, Steve brought it up earlier, even our foreign issues. We have adversaries in China and Russia, Iran, Afghanistan. We have some serious issues out there. And neither of these potential candidates for 2024 are addressing that, because we're all looking at this right now.
Yeah, and I do hope that, the news media does cover those issues if we can't, have our politicians cover it. Look, this morning, you know what Joe Biden did? He came out trying to ban the light bulb. Right? As all this is happening, he's putting out news about banning traditional light bulbs. I think his side understands that he's got 15 months to push through all the Green New Deal agendas and everything else while everybody is looking over here.
And we make jokes about this, but we joked when we thought that the gas stove was going to be banned, and here it is in New York. Seriously on the table. And one point, everybody, we're talking about that shiny object. And meanwhile, President Biden may face a primary. You have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez not ruling out the possibility of, running for Senate and even higher office. And you're also hearing rumblings of Gavin Newsom, governor of California, potentially giving him a run.
And potentially Joe Manchin.
Yep.
To be continued next year.
Well, you have to follow the money on this one. They are privately raising money, having private fundraisers in Texas, California, even here in New York. I've received a few invites for these invites, and it's $25,000 per plate, right? So what do they need it for? Their re-election for Congress? Maybe. But we're following the money on that one.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fascinating angles, and we'll be coming back to Angie in the studio. But really quickly, we're going to check in with our Epoch TV host, Roman Balmenkoff, who's at the protest hosted by Republican Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, the one that was cut short. Here's him now.
All right, so we are here in downtown Manhattan at Collect Pond Park. And the park has been basically split in half. As you can see, we're on the side of the pro-Trump, anti-indictment side, which is made up of about 75% reporters, 25% Trump supporters. On the other side of the fence is the anti-Trump crowd. They're over there kind of pro-indictment, anti-Trump. And so we've been walking around here, talking to the people, asking them what brought them out here, why they're supporting Trump, and whether they believe that the indictment is based on evidence or it's politically motivated. So let's go take a look.
Clearly, to me, this is an unfair political situation where Alvin Bragg, when he was the DA, when he was sworn in, he put out a letter immediately to his ADAs stating that these crimes would no longer be prosecuted, one being resisting arrest. So that was a sign to all the criminals who now know you won't be prosecuted for fighting cops. And things like that got my attention and made me feel like he's contributed to the decline of my city. And I love this city, and I wonder who's truly pulling the strings, because clearly he was someone who would not be prosecuting a lot of crimes, misdemeanors, and all of a sudden now he's involved with this after 7 years. You know, it's clearly political in nature. So I just feel like I wanted to come out here and see what part of the park do I stand in. And really, that's it. That's why I'm here. I'm not looking to burn anything down or make trouble or hurt anybody. I just feel like It's almost similar to Occupy Wall Street. There are people that I've spoken with who have a lot of discontent about our government, about our local government in New York State.
The Fixture Pioneer, CGM. Professional AI intelligent fixtures. All-round integration of 4 systems. High precision, high durability, high quality. 2-micrometer repetition accuracy. More than 80 patent certificates. ISO 9001 approved. Precision clamping to meet your every need. CGM has it all. Pride of Taiwan, CGM.
Henry Repeating Arms manufactures a line of classic American-made rifles and shotguns. With over 200 models to choose from and a wide variety of finishes and calibers, there's a Henry that's right for you. Every purchase is backed by our lifetime warranty and award-winning customer service. We invite you to order a copy of our free catalog and decals. Simply call the number on your screen or visit henryusa.com. That's henryusa.com.
And welcome back to our special coverage of the Trump arraignment, the arraignment of the former President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the former president is still at his Trump hotel. He hasn't left for the courthouse yet, but his legal team is gearing up to see the charges. His lawyer, Joe Tacopina, told NBC News that they might request a recess in order to review the indictment document. That is, if the Manhattan DA's office provides a copy of that document at the courthouse. And as far as we know, and in terms of for how this is playing out for the 2024 presidential campaign, as we just finished discussing moments ago, just last night, the former president, Donald Trump, received a new endorsement from a Republican senator. Senator Cindy Hyde Smith of Mississippi. She said in a tweet, quote, "The prosecution of President Trump in New York is a political stunt by a prosecutor whose campaign was funded by George Soros." In just a minute, we'll hear from another representative, Andy Briggs, to see what he says about that as well. But right now joining us is Avis Jones-DeWeaver, Dr. Avis Jones-DeWeaver. She's the editor of Max Black Politics, and she is someone who follows politics quite closely. Avis, good of you to join us today. There she is. Dr. Avis Jones-DeWeaver, look, a lot of people are talking about this historic case. We've been stating that over and over again because it is unprecedented that the former president of the United States would be indicted over this particular matter. How do you look at this through your political lens and what this means for the country?
Well, you are right. This is unprecedented, but the actions that took place that led to this indictment, which we're still to see the particulars of, by the way, are also unprecedented. And so the fact that he is a former president does not mean that he is above the law. If anything, what's going on today, in my mind, shows us that we are a nation of laws and not of men. We elect presidents. We don't elect kings. As such, as individuals, no matter what station in life you hold, if you do something that runs afoul of the law, you can't get a get out of jail card just because you once inhabited the White House.
And with me also, Avis, to weigh in on our discussion as well as Angie Wong, head of Legacy PAC. Angie, to Avis's point, no one is above the law. And the rule of law is certainly what a lot of people around the world are watching. Does the United States have the temerity and the integrity of law?
Well, no one's below the law either, and this is where law is unfairly applied in the case of Donald Trump's indictment. And also the judge is not a lord. So we have to, make sure that he applies the law today. That is his job for Justice Manchin. I hope that he does that during the arraignment and just applies the law and not politics.
Well, let's keep in mind, ladies, Angie as well as Avis, we have not heard what the indictment or what the charges are in this arraignment, but as we're hearing people across America weigh in with each side, the left, the right. Where do we come to the middle and have a consensus around the fabric of America, making sure that America and the guardrails of our democracy hold true? Dr. DeWeaver?
Sure. Well, I think that Americans have common sense, and Americans understand that. From the polls that I've looked at, we are seeing that the majority of Americans actually are in favor of what's happening here. As you mentioned, we haven't seen the particulars of the specific indictment. I think as we see that, people can form additional opinions. But as it stands right now, even 60% of independents say that they see what's happening so far as being fair. And so, I think that what we need to understand is that Americans have common sense. Now, in terms of the political ramifications, I would have to agree in the sense that for those who might think that this might ultimately help Donald Trump because it provides a rally around the flag sort of effect for his followers, because he's going to continue to play professional victim and say that this is a witch hunt, right? So that's going to rally his troops. But once we get to a general election context, if he is successful with regards to the Republican primary season, if the polls hold in the same way that they are now, once this plays out even further, I don't think this will be an asset for him. In fact, it might be something that hurts his presidential chances in the future.
And Angie, what do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, we see the actual law, and we see the politics, and this is a great dance between the two. I think that in this case, the law will be applied, but it should be applied across the board. And I think many Republicans and perhaps independents will be asking, well, why isn't the same law applied to the Biden family, who have done equally egregious things to break the laws, including, accepting money and hush money and giving out hush money. So I think we're going to be asking for those things. And I certainly think that Congress, speaking to some of the members yesterday, they're looking at state laws to loop in the Biden family and some of the potential crimes committed there.
Let me ask you both something, and I don't think the question has been asked, and I ask it in fairness. How much of this, this legal situation that Donald Trump finds himself in, as well as the ramifications of that, whether it goes in his favor or against his favor, how much responsibility and accountability does he bear for the predicament that he finds himself in?
He's an adult, and so he bears 100% responsibility. He's already had his former attorney go to jail around the whole scheme that he is, in fact, being put under the microscope for here with regards to these charges. So, just common sense would tell you if someone went to jail for this, something happened that went afoul, right? But beyond that, he was completely responsible for having this extramarital affair that led to this entire domino effect of what we are talking about right now. And it's not completely unprecedented in the fact that using campaign funds inappropriately does lead to charges. We saw the same thing with John Edwards a few years ago, who was a Democrat. No, he did not make it all the way into the White House, but it's very similar shenanigans, very similar actions that did run afoul of what you are legally sort of bound within in terms of what you can and cannot do with campaign funds. And just as the law was applied against John Edwards, it seems right now that the law is also being applied to Donald Trump. And therefore, what's happening here makes very much sense to most Americans. And that's why I believe the polls are looking like they are around the issue.
And Angie, what are your thoughts based on that question?
Yeah, well, both parties, Stormy Daniels and Donald Trump, they've both issued statements under oath that they did not have anything, they didn't have any sexual encounters. So I think we have to kind of correct that thinking right off the bat. They have signed affidavits that say, we did not do this. So let's make sure that gets into the narrative. Secondly, you had Nancy Pelosi come out and tweet over the last few days saying that he has to be proven innocent. Well, that's not the way the American justice system works. It actually is that it's Alvin Bragg's job to deliver something that he can prove him to be guilty. And we're not going to see that. Every single legal scholar that has spoken up about this issue do not see a legal pathway to winning this case, whether it's New York State or federal. So I think this is a witch hunt. I mean, I think that is the definition of a witch hunt. And we're going to go round and round in circles until November 2024, when the American public decides when they vote.
Angie, you just said something, round and round we go. It's a merry-go-round of distraction in so many ways, but there is still the veracity of the rule of law in America, which we have based our foundation on. Is that coming under question in your opinion, Avis? And if it is, what can we do to remedy that perception?
You know, from my perception, I really don't think that the rule of law is under question in this case. As I mentioned, there is great support around what's happening. The majority of Americans, over 60%, are saying that they see this as fair. Over 60% of independents specifically say that they see this as fair. So I don't see this as something that there is a great divide in America around. If anything, it's increasing people's belief in a system that is fair and applied to all. No matter what office that you've held in terms of your political past, no matter how much money you do or do not have, everybody has the ability or should be applied to the same rules. And just to make a point here, this issue about signing affidavits, is that not what this is probably all about? Because if what is being alleged, and we haven't seen, once again, we haven't seen what this indictment is, but the controversy here is that someone was paid off so that they wouldn't come out, not even someone specifically, Stormy Daniels was paid off so that she wouldn't come out during a campaign at a time in which he was under the microscope around very sexist and very offensive statements that he made around grabbing women's genitals. And so, you know, if they, you know, if someone pays you over $100,000 to sign something, I think it's possible to assume that someone may have signed something that was not true. And so that here is what is at issue here. We will see more specifically once the indictment is released to the public. But I think we need to be very careful about what we're saying is a statement of truth when we don't know yet. And that's why this particular proceeding is so important. As this goes to trial, and as people are testifying under oath, and as we are seeing evidence, as this continues to play out, we will find out what is happened and what didn't happen. And so with regards to that, it's still to be seen.
Yeah, of course, at that point, facts really matter, and we'll hear the facts when those charges are given, as you stated. Angie, any response to my question as well?
Well, look, hush money is not illegal. That does happen, and it was two consenting parties. The proper term might be extortion or blackmail. We can go into the legal jungle on that, but those are both improper because they were both accepted by both parties. You know, this opens up a can of worms. If we're going to forget about statute of limitations and all the other things that matter in the legal system, then can we then go back to, you know, things like Clinton paying off, you know, Paula Jones or anything like that? It just sets a bad precedence going forward, and it allows essentially both sides to attack each other before big campaigns and after presidencies. And I think that is why we are trying to put a little bit of a hang on moment. Let's pause for a second. Do we really want to do this?
And Angie and Avis, I've got about 20 seconds left. In light of that, in the context of what we're talking about, I got to ask you both, what is most valuable for America standing as one nation under God, indivisible with liberty, and finding the temerity to have justice for all?
Truth and not fiction. That's what's most important, and that's what we'll find out with regards to this case.
Angie?
An equal application of the law. If this is going to happen to Donald J. Trump, then it should also happen to his opponents that are pressing for this.
Angie Wong, Dr. Avis Jones-DeWeaver, thank you both so much for a very insightful discussion. Thank you. As we continue to follow this case, NTD's Melina Weiskopf is at the Manhattan courthouse right now, bringing us up to date in terms of the president's trek to the courthouse there at Central Court. Tell us about it, Melina. What's the atmosphere like with the people gathered there?
Yeah, Kelly, so interest is very high here right now. It looks like we're getting ready for former President Trump's arrival here soon. So police are starting to move barricades. Actually, you can see one is walking up right here. They're standing on the street, which wasn't happening before, standing right here, getting ready to block off this road, it looks like, which is what we saw yesterday when Trump arrived at Trump Tower. They blocked off a couple of roads for a few minutes while Trump came in and came inside. So there are some police over there behind me. Actually, that whole street is already barricaded. I'm not sure if you're able to see back there, but senses are getting very heightened over here. Interest is very high from both the media standpoint and just passersby. So we want to pan around and also show you there's a large crowd of media that has now gathered behind us, which wasn't here before. Media presence has been here since over the weekend, expecting for all of this to unfold, expecting this moment to happen. Media has been here since 5 a.m., but there's definitely a stronger media presence now as we wait for former president to come. Secret Service will be accompanying former President Trump as he arrives here at the courthouse. He's expected to first go to the district attorney's office and surrender, and then later his scheduled appearance is at 2:15, where he will be arraigned and his indictment charges will be read aloud, so we will be able to know at that time specifically, well, not at that time because no media is allowed, broadcast-wise, media is not allowed inside the courthouse to film this live, so I assume shortly after that arraignment at 2, we will have some idea of what exactly the charges are they're pressing against former President Trump. Now, I do want to point out something that happened earlier. I mentioned it if you're just now tuning in, but Congressman George Santos was here on site walking down the street. He is accused of lying on his resume and other, saying other untruthful things about his history. So we'll play that clip for you. There was a crowd swarming around him as he walked down the street here. We'll play that for you. So he was pretty much avoiding questions from media, George Santos was, but he's expected to have been here in support of former President Trump. That was just an interesting note considering how, politically charged his whole case was when, he was going through that whole debacle in Congress. So now we're just waiting. Everybody's getting ready. We have passersby over here waiting with their phones to take a photo of this very historic moment. So we'll have more for you when you come back to us here on the ground.
Thanks, Melina. Steve?
And next, we'll be going back to Melina shortly as that situation develops, as the former president makes his way downtown. But joining us next is Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona. We're happy to have the congressman with us.
Steve, good to be with you.
Congressman, it's good to be with you. We can hear you, but we don't see you on the screen just yet. Oh, there you are. Congressman, as a member of the Judiciary and Oversight Committee, I'm sure you are watching this with a very interested and detailed eye. If you could just give us an overview, how are you absorbing everything right now?
Well, I'm watching this thing develop and want to know what the charges actually are. As a former prosecutor and defense attorney, I can tell you that I'm interested in how they're going to try to bootstrap what has been reported to be misdemeanors, state crimes that are misdemeanors that are long past the statute of limitations, and try to bootstrap those into felonies using federal elections commission offenses. Now, I'm told, some people are saying, well, that's not all there is to it, but typically what you would see when there's 30 plus counts on a business transaction type of deal, you would see line by line, and each line itself would be used to be the predicate for another charge, another count. And so I'm very interested to see what's going on here. But in the big picture, Steve, I'm really disgusted by the continued weaponization of our judicial system and all the institutions that the left continues to weaponize against Americans. But this is such a strange, historic event, and it's not a good historic event. It is a bad sign for what may yet come and be ahead for political prosecutions.
And Congressman, it seems if we zoom in on District Attorney Alvin Bragg, he campaigned on a priority of indicting Trump. And if we look at his own history, he seems to normally kind of make felonies downgraded to a misdemeanor. But in this case, we're seeing the opposite. And it seems the evidence, we still don't know what the charges are because it's unsealed yet, but it seems the evidence was the same that was thrown out by two other prosecutorial agencies in the past. So how do you see this playing out in terms of this Trump indictment this time?
Well, if the reports are accurate, you're exactly right. They're going to try to take basically misdemeanors, what the statute of limitation has run on, and try to change them into felonies. And you're right. I mean, this is what he said he wanted to do when he was campaigning. It is also contrary to what he's been doing for the rest of New York, where the majority of felonies get busted down to misdemeanors. You have a lot of big cities that do that, but certainly New York is not safe because of that. So when I'm watching this, I want to see what the specific charges are, and I think ultimately they're going to provide their own set of infirmities that will allow for motions to dismiss, and I would anticipate fairly rapidly that the Trump legal team will bring motions to dismiss, because these are going to seem like totally outrageous, outlandish claims, and we'll see what the New York courts do. But I am also concerned about the bias in New York City, in not just in the courts, but in the city, and how someone like President Trump could ever get a fair trial in New York City.
Congressman, the committee which you sit on, the Judiciary Committee, chaired by Chairman Jim Jordan, you guys called on Alvin Bragg to submit testimony and other evidence. What are some of the major areas of concern, and does the district attorney have to comply with this letter?
Well, I think, first of all, if he's getting federal dollars, federal money, I think he's going to have to comply, number one. Number two, because he's getting federal grants and federal money into that office, we have a duty to oversee that, and that falls under both the Judiciary Committee and on the Oversight Committees, and I'm on both of those committees. But I think Judiciary is appropriate here. Third thing is, we're looking at truly two other agencies, a state and a federal agency, that looked into these and said there could be no charges. We want to know the basis ultimately to take misdemeanors where the statute of limitations run. I mean, there's a 2-year statute, and these crimes, alleged crimes, they're not even real, are literally 5 years beyond the statute of limitations. So how in the world are you bootstrapping that stuff? And moreover, we want, if this is the weaponization of the judicial system, I would suggest to you maybe even the 14th Amendment allows us to get in there and say, what are you doing in violation of President Trump's rights as well? So, I mean, there's a lot of different angles to get at this, and I do believe Mr. Bragg's going to have to show up to testify for us, even though he has been reticent and said and actually has been belligerent, says he refuses to come.
And Congressman, what are your thoughts on what this means for not just 2024, but also America in general, this indictment of a former U.S. president?
I think it's a horrible precedent, and it actually opens it up. I mean, it takes the pendulum way, way far to the left and the weaponization. And to get back to equilibrium, we have to hold people accountable who have weaponized our judicial system and all the institutions of our government. And that means that we're going to have to go through. I mean, does this mean that you go back through and you open up Benghazi with Hillary Clinton, or the classified information on her server? Does it mean you open that stuff back up? Does it mean you bring in Eric Holder again for Fast and Furious, where we know federal laws were violated? I mean, is that what this means? Is that everybody who serves in government now is going to have to come back in years later for political purposes, not for any real real criminal conduct. I mean, when you think about this, you've had two agencies that reviewed this and said, no, we're not going to do this. So, and they were not friendly. They weren't like Republican conservative agencies. These were left-wing kind of people that were there, Cyrus Vance, et cetera. So you would have to say, how do we get this back to equilibrium? And my guess is you don't get back to equilibrium until you hold people accountable for weaponizing the government and institutions. And so I think this is a bad precedent that's going to open this thing up, and we're in for a real rough, turbulent period in the future, at least in what I would term the short and moderate future, midterm future, going forward.
Congressman, to your point, one of the things that we're hearing quite a bit is the phrase "nobody is above the law." And, I guess my question is, this seems to be, we're already a divided nation, as you've spoke of. Does this, I guess, hypothetical crime that's being put out there, both misdemeanors that you spoke of, justify further dividing a nation that's already broken?
Well, I would say, Steve, that's exactly part of the problem here. Is this is clearly a political prosecution? We know that because he campaigned on it. And this wasn't done through a broad investigation. This was targeted. They wanted to go after Donald Trump, so they were going to search high and low to see if there's anything they can do. It is not worth it, in my opinion. The juice is not worth the squeeze here, and partly because there doesn't seem to be anything there. It had already been brought up, and you've got a statute of limitations that is run. So when you were so desperate to go after an individual, like they're going after Donald Trump, who's probably been the most investigated individual in the history of the United States of America, and they've never been able to get anything to go against him. You've done two bogus, in my opinion, bogus impeachments. You've had the Mueller investigation. You've had a whole series of things investigating this man, President Donald Trump. And now you want to throw more gas on that fire. I view this as authoritarian. This is something I would expect to see in CCP in communist China. I would expect to see it in Venezuela. I would expect to see it in Iran, North Korea, the former Soviet Union. That's how out of control I think this is, and how over the top this is. And I think it's disgusting, quite frankly. And that's why I think people like Alvin Bragg are ultimately going to have to be held accountable for this going forward, if we're going to get back to some kind of normalcy in our systems.
Congressman Andy Biggs, thank you so much for taking some time to join us with your perspective. And to you as Angie, thank you for joining us on the panel. It was great to have you as well. And for our audience who are just tuning in, here's an overview of the timeline of investigations into former President Trump. Here's a look.
Now, if you are like most people, then very likely you have completely forgotten all the details about this whole Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels, hush money payment story. I know that for me, when the Manhattan DA began to float the idea of arresting Trump, I had to go back and refresh my memory about what this whole affair was even all about. And so let me give you a brief timeline of events in order to jog your memory regarding what these criminal charges against Trump are really all about. Let's start all the way back in the year 2006. While Donald Trump was already married to Miss Melania, a woman named Stephanie Clifford, who goes by the stage name Stormy Daniels, she claimed that her and Trump had an affair. Now, whether this really happened or not, well, that's quite frankly anyone's guess. But that's the allegation, at least, that in 2006, Donald Trump had an affair with Miss Stephanie Clifford somewhere in a hotel room in Lake Tahoe. Then, around that same time period, from 2006 to 2007, another woman named Karen McDougal, who was a former Playboy playmate, she claimed that her and Donald Trump also had an affair. Again, whether this is true or not is anyone's guess. For his part, it's worth mentioning that President Trump denies that either of these two affairs took place. But regardless, that's what the women are claiming. However, at this point, in 2006 and 2007, these alleged affairs are not publicly known about. This is just when the women allege they took place. Then we fast forward the clock to the year 2011. That was when a magazine called In Touch Weekly interviewed Ms. Stephanie Clifford about her alleged affair with Donald Trump. However, after conducting the interview, In Touch Weekly wound up not publishing the article because at that time, Donald Trump's lawyer, Mr. Michael Cohen, he threatened to sue the magazine if they did. He threatened to sue them if they published the story, and so they wound up killing it instead. Then we fast forward again to the year 2016. The presidential election is in high gear. Trump is, of course, the Republican nominee running against Hillary Clinton, and it was at this time that both of these women came back to the forefront. In August of 2016, Ms. Karen McDougal, she sold the rights to her story about this alleged affair to the National Enquirer for a cool $150,000. However, the National Enquirer, they never published the story. That's because this $150,000 payment, it was what we call in the industry a catch and kill agreement. It's where a media outlet buys the rights to a story in order to bury it and prevent it from ever being published, to prevent it from ever seeing the light of day. A later investigation actually found that Donald Trump's lawyer, Mr. Michael Cohen, was coordinating with the National Enquirer in order to bury the story. Regardless, a few months later, still in 2016, Ms. Stephanie Clifford, who is the other woman, she also came out and she began to threaten to bring her story to the public. And this was happening, by the way, right around October, which happens to be just a month from Election Day. And at that time, Mr. Michael Cohen, he arranged a $130,000 payment to Ms. Clifford in exchange for her signing a non-disclosure agreement regarding this whole sordid affair. She took the money and she signed the agreement. Now, what happens next gets a little bit tricky, and what the facts are sort of depends on who you believe. Because this story, about these two women, was buried for about 2 years. But then, in 2018, the Wall Street Journal broke the story and told the whole world for the first time about these hush money payment affairs. However, when the story first broke, Mr. Michael Cohen claimed that he paid these women himself for money that came out of his own pocket. But eventually he reversed himself, and he told the court that he made these payments at the direct behest of President Trump, and that furthermore, he was actually reimbursed by the Trump organization through what he referred to as routine legal expenses. What Michael Cohen essentially claimed here is that President Trump was reimbursing him for these hush money payments through a series of $35,000 checks. And the way that these checks were at least allegedly sent is that Michael Cohen, he would send in monthly invoices to Trump's company for a quote-unquote retainer fee, and the Trump organization would, in turn, send them checks and account for this payment on their books as a quote-unquote legal expense. Michael Cohen was eventually sentenced to several years of prison for tax evasion, bank fraud, and campaign finance violations. However, despite the fact that Michael Cohen admitted to making these payments at the behest of President Trump in order to, as he claims, influence the outcome of the election, President Trump himself has maintained his innocence. And in fact, just 2 weeks ago, President Trump released this letter here on social media. It was a letter that was written by Michael Cohen's lawyer, and it was sent to the Federal Elections Commission on February 8th of 2018. And here's what the letter said in relevant part, quote, "In a private transaction in 2016, before the U.S. presidential election, Mr. Cohen used his own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Ms. Stephanie Clifford. Neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction with Ms. Clifford, and neither reimbursed Mr. Cohen for the payment directly or indirectly." Meaning that Mr. Michael Cohen's lawyer was essentially telling the Federal Elections Commission that neither Trump nor his organization had anything to do with these payments, although of course later Mr. Michael Cohen did change his story and plead guilty. Regardless, though, it is the case that in 2021, the Federal Elections Commission, they wound up dropping the case themselves. Specifically, the Federal Elections Commission, who was interested in whether or not these hush money payments constituted campaign finance violations, they decided to drop their case against President Trump in the year 2021. And at that point, pretty much everyone assumed that the case was closed. A couple of times it came back into the news cycle, but each time it did, the Manhattan District Attorney, who was at first Mr. Cyrus Vance and then later Mr. Alvin Bragg, they both said that there was not enough evidence for an indictment. However, despite these earlier assertions, and despite the fact that the case was dropped at the federal level, just earlier this year, the new Manhattan District Attorney, Mr. Alvin Bragg, he revived the case, he assembled a grand jury, and he has now indicted President Trump. And so that brings us perfectly back to the present day, wherein President Trump is in court, getting arraigned, and hearing the charges that have been filed against him. And moving forward, the two questions which will likely need to be answered will be, for one, whether there was indeed bookkeeping fraud on the part of the Trump organization, and that secondly, whether or not that alleged bookkeeping fraud was done in service of hiding campaign finance violations. We'll just have to see how this case plays out over the coming days.
Roman, thank you for that. We now have an important update on the details of how Mr. Trump will be processed. An unnamed federal official told Fox News that Trump won't have a mugshot taken of him. The source said Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has waived the requirement for Trump. The former president will still be fingerprinted before the arraignment, but not handcuffed. He could be leaving Trump Tower and head for the courthouse any moment now. And we, of course, will be checking in with Melina Weiskopf at the courthouse soon to keep an update of that. He only has a 4-mile drive from his Trump Tower to the courthouse, so we'll be following that. Now, you just heard from Roman Balmakov of Epoch Time. He is on the ground there, and he joins us now to weigh in on what's going on and give us an update. Roman.
All right, so we are here live in downtown New York, right across the street from Collect Pond Park, where the Young Republicans put together sort of a pro-Trump, anti-indictment rally. We've been here for about maybe 3 hours, and as the time has progressed, more and more protesters have shown up. Actually, over the last maybe 4 years of covering Manhattan, this is probably the largest pro-Trump rally that you've seen on the island. But as a caveat to that, there's still probably a 1-to-1 ratio between the amount of reporters and the amount of protesters. That's just the reality of being here in New York. Now, as I mentioned before, you can see a big police car behind us. By the way, the reason we're across the street is just because there's so many reporters. The signal is being eaten up by all the reporters, in case you're wondering. But the police, they did a very smart thing. They split the park in half. The anti-Trump protesters are on one side, the pro-Trump protesters on the other side, so there's no clashes. We've only heard of one clash thus far, but otherwise everything is generally peaceful. We have here a woman named Gina, who came all the way from Maryland. What brings you here today?
We're just here. My son and I came up just to support Trump. We feel like this is unequal justice under the law. We've seen it in a number of other cases with more common people, but this is, I don't know, something we can back up and say, you know, we support him. We're against what's going on in our country. So this is the way, I guess, you can start to fight what's going on.
Do you think that the grand jury, they were given some evidence maybe we're not privy to, and they really thought that there was a probable cause of a crime? Or do you think it was just a Manhattan jury is just completely politicized, a little bit of both? What's your opinion?
I believe it's 100% politicized. Donald Trump they've had all this evidence for how many years? It didn't come out until he said, I'm running for president. If he would go into the woodwork and just not run, this wouldn't be happening. Also, the number of prosecutors that turned this down, including federal prosecutor or DAs, it's just a witch hunt. It's a political witch hunt to hurt him, hurt his followers, hurt the MAGA movement.
Thank you so much, Jen. Yeah, so we spoke to a couple of counter protesters too. Their opinion is that no one is above the law, and if the grand jury found enough evidence, it should be tried in court. So we'll see how it plays out. Trump is set to be arraigned very soon. So if you come back to us in maybe half an hour, we'll get you more interviews from inside the park. Until then, back to you in the studio.
Roman, we appreciate you being inside the park there and bringing us details of the protesters who have gathered there. Joining us now to put context, historical context in this is presidential historian Jane Hampton-Cook. Jane, I'm so glad you could join us this hour to weigh in on this historic moment, unprecedented, that a former president of the United States would be indicted and now facing arraignment. From an historical perspective, I was just commenting this morning, Jane, how in 1789, right here in New York City, the first president of the United States, George Washington, was inaugurated. Who would have thunk it that so many years later we would see a former president of the United States coming for his first arraignment? Talk to me about how you see this from a historical perspective.
Well, it certainly is unprecedented. And you're right. George Washington was inaugurated in New York City. The governor of New York had not supported the Constitution, but he was one of the first people to greet George Washington. So that bipartisanship was a really important part in our culture back then, that we could put elections behind us and move forward. And so this is unprecedented because we haven't had a former president indicted or a current president indicted. The closest thing is almost kind of a humorous story about Ulysses Grant. When he was president, he was driving too fast in his horse and buggy in 1872, and he got a ticket, he got arrested, and he paid a fine. and understood. And it kind of makes sense. A former general is probably used to going pretty fast on a horse. But that the part of the peaceful transfer of power on an inauguration is that we do not pursue the outgoing president criminally. It'd have to be something very, very egregious. Murder, child trafficking. I mean, something really horrendous. A non-disclosure agreement, hush money payments that, from what I understand, aren't illegal in and of themselves, just does not make sense. And, the left is really good about talking about equity, and this is not even equity. You think about the penalties of campaign finance violations that Barack Obama had to pay some fines, Hillary Clinton had to pay some fines. That's kind of what, if this is anything, that's what this could be. But it's really, truly historically unprecedented. And it concerns me a lot just about our country, because Donald Trump is not just that he's a former president, he's a very popular current political figure who has launched his intention to run for office again. And he really represents the people that support him. He is their champion. And that's what really concerns me about this.
Fold in present time. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So history is unfolding before our very eyes. And from your historical perspective, I mean, you've worked with the administration of President George W. Bush, and you saw history unfold there in terms of how we had to handle the Iraq situation. Have you ever seen a time in our history politically where the politics have permeated our society and divided us in such a visceral way as it has right now?
I mean, you could certainly argue that the Civil War was that kind of tension between people. It was more regional. This is not regional as much. I mean, you have red states and blue states, but you still have a lot of, red state people living in blue states and vice versa. So this is different that way. We've really, truly never been here before. And that's because, in the past, for example, with President Nixon, he was pardoned. And the reason President Ford pardoned him was to help the country heal and move on. There's been a sense of what's in the best interest of the country. And tearing the country apart over something like this is not, in the best interest of the party and of the country. And so that's one reason why this is really unprecedented. You see this kind of activity, this kind of move politically in communist countries. You haven't seen it in the United States because we have been a republic. We've been a people's democracy. And so that's why, this is really concerning.
And Jane, you have studied the founding fathers. You have studied history of just virtually every president. You, as I mentioned, worked with the Bush administration. You've seen what social media can do. I want to ask you a question. How do we heal from this broken moment that we have in our history, particularly as it goes to the core of the faith of our American people, Judeo-Christian values, and bringing healing to our land?
Well, both John Adams and George Washington really understood the importance of integrity, that it would take integrity for America's system to work. So I think in terms of healing, we need to restore integrity to all of our systems, and that people of integrity and honesty need to be filling those roles. But we also have to have forgiveness, and we have to forgive those who have harmed us, in this system and in what's happened in the past several years. So I think integrity and forgiveness, and certainly forgiveness. This is the week where we remember the Passion of Christ. Easter is ahead of us. Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do. That's a spirit of healing, and that's what had to happen after the Civil War. There had to be a time of healing. That's why Lincoln created Thanksgiving, was to give Americans a holiday to come together on. And so we need healing, and we need forgiveness, and we need to restore our country with integrity.
The fact that you talk about that this is Holy Week. We just celebrated Palm Sunday, and now we're coming up to Good Friday. And as you mentioned, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, as well as Sunday, Easter Sunday, with many people calling that Resurrection Sunday. Do you see America resurrecting itself in hope from beyond this unprecedented historic moment, bearing in mind that Americans are still dealing with kitchen table issues from how do I manage my household in an inflationary period? How do I deal with mass shootings? How do I come to be my brother's keeper, not my brother's killer? There are really important issues here.
There are, and I don't see that healing happening quickly. I think it can happen, but I think that there are, as you said, a lot of forces right now that we're dealing with. I think you do see the average Democrat. I've heard people say, I've got friends and family who didn't support Trump. They don't like Trump, but they don't think this is right. And I think it's that group of people that's in the position to help heal the wounds, those independent thinkers who realize, whoa, this is not, we've got to get back to love of country here. We've got to get back to the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and come together as Americans. And that's what George Washington wanted for us. He said the name American is above all other distinctions, above your state, above your loyalties to maybe a college or to your profession. The name American belongs to you in that just national capacity. And that's what we really need to see and people rally around, is that we are Americans. And then we need to stand for the justice. The color blue in the flag represents justice. And it's up to each generation to uphold that virtue in our society.
Jane, I appreciate your insights, your perspective, and certainly bringing history to this moment that is an historic moment in our times. Jane Hampton Cook, an incredible historian. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, that was Jane Hampton Cook, historian. And now we'll check in with NTD's Melina Wisecup, who's at Manhattan Courthouse at 100 Center Street. Melina, it's almost the time that it's actually 1:14. Has the president left Trump Tower yet to make that 4-mile journey to the courthouse where you are now standing?
Yeah, so former President Trump has just left Trump Tower and he is en route here to Manhattan Courthouse. And as you can see right behind me, there is a crowd of people that has gathered.
This unprecedented moment in history. So if we could just get a higher shot of exactly what we're seeing beyond just what you can see behind me with these folks here. So there's a ton of police out here standing, in a line right here in front of the passersby that have just stopped and to take photos, and they're really just genuinely interested in seeing this really historic moment unfold. Police have barricaded this entire block here. Interest, as we mentioned before, is super high. Now, what we can expect to see in just a couple of minutes. Oh, I'm not sure if you can pan up to that building where those flags are, but there are some Secret Service members standing up there and monitoring everything. Secret Service will be accompanying Trump as he arrives here at the courthouse. What we saw yesterday is a helicopter flying overhead Trump Tower when he did arrive here there at Trump Tower yesterday. So we can expect to see that. That is kind of like the signal that Trump has arrived. I guess Secret Service has to have somebody flying above ground to verify, the security of everything. So that's what we can expect to see in just a couple of minutes. If you check back in with us, Trump will probably have already arrived here. As you can see, actually, once again, I want to pan over. Everybody has their phones out. They're taking photographs, they're recording, everybody's asking us, what's going on. They're asking where the entrance to the courthouse is. Interest is very high around this case. Now, a little bit about the case. The indictment is still under seal, so we don't know specifically what former President Trump will be charged with. Is allegedly going to be charged with, what we've heard is new news reports that he'll be charged on more than 30 felony counts for financial campaign for campaign funds misreported. So that's a little bit about the case. Lawyers are expected to plead not guilty. So we're here. We'll have more for you in a couple of minutes when you check back in with us, Kelly.
Melina, thank you very much for that. Thank you for joining us and bringing us up to date. And joining us now is Jeff Carlson. He's the co-host of Truth Over News on Epoch TV and Thanks for joining us today. When you look at this and you're looking on at it from the perspective of the media, what's your perception of how the media has covered this thus far?
Well, the media has covered it exactly as the DNC and the establishment has wanted it to be covered. The way I look at this is sort of one of the final acts in a very long story that's been ongoing. This started back when Hillary Clinton, her campaign, the DNC, created the Russia collusion narrative that was propagated on our country and lasted for a number of years. And frankly, it was really firmly entrenched by Obama at the very end of his term. And it's done immense damage to our country. And then as that began to wind down, we then shifted to Trump's
and Jeff,
call
not to
with
interrupt
Ukraine.
you as we're talking, please continue to talk, but I just want to point out to our viewers that we are watching the motorcade of the former President of the United States, Donald Trump, making his way to 100 Center Street, which is the scene of the Manhattan courthouse. Many people have been tried there, many people of note, famous people, famous criminals who have been tried there, and celebrities as well, but no one in the status of a former president of the United States. Go ahead, Jeff, as we continue to watch that motorcade.
Yeah, thanks, Cully. Frankly, I find it hard to believe that I'm seeing this. It's a sad day for our nation. But as the Russia collusion narrative began to wind down, we then shifted to Trump's call with Ukraine, which now that we've seen the transcript, we know that there was really nothing wrong with that. That led to the impeachment hearings. What's so strange about that is that actually reflected back to Biden's interactions with Ukraine, which was very much a real problem, and we can get into later if there's time. And then we've now shifted to January 6th. And a second attempt to impeach Trump, and the whole January 6th committee, that's continued with a witch hunt against Americans. And now we move to this, and we're watching the leading contender for the GOP candidate to be president, to receive the nomination, is now on his way to a courthouse that ostensibly is going to be for a same crime that Hillary committed, which was hiding legal fees, hiding her fees to Christopher Steele, to fabricate the dossier. Those were hid as legal fees. Now, she received a fine for that, nothing more. And if indeed this is what Trump is going to be charged with, the left talks about equal justice under law and, that no one's above being prosecuted. I think one of the things that our nation has been so upset about is that these things always seem to be one-sided. And for Trump, it was literally the continuation of a witch hunt. They tried event after event after event. Everything failed. And now we arrive here on what appears to be a process crime. It's difficult to watch.
Yeah, and you mentioned difficult to watch, and we are watching it unfold right now. The former president of the United States, Donald Trump, in a motorcade, having flown in on his private jet yesterday from Mar-a-Lago, now traveling what seems to be the FDR route, which is a route that many people take to get to that part of Manhattan from the Upper West Side. He's going to downtown Manhattan. And as you talked about it, this is a sad moment. And actually, Jeff, people on both sides of the aisle have been talking about how sad of a moment this is. We've talked to people, just regular people, looking at this case as well. And many people would agree with you that this is a sad moment, a sad chapter in our history. We just spoke with historian Jane Hampton Cook, who talked about the fact that in 1789, the President of the United States, the first President, George Washington, actually had his inauguration and inaugural address here in New York City, not far away, by the way, where the former President of the United States is now on his way to a courtroom, a criminal courtroom in Manhattan to face arraignment. How does the nation move forward from this?
We keep saying that we've crossed the Rubicon, and there's been any number of events that have transpired over the last really 6 years. And each time we seem to find a way to eclipse them. And we've now arrived at this. And, this is an event that I think should be scaring everybody on both sides of the aisle. I don't think this should be a conservative or a liberal issue, a right or a left.
You see it as an American issue.
This is an American issue.
And so
we should all be
based
very
on that,
concerned at what we're seeing transpire.
Indeed, very concerned on that, because before we had you come on, we spoke recently with Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, and he said we've reached a point where we have to get back to equilibrium. He wanted to say we're in for a real rough, turbulent future in going forward. Again, as we're watching the motorcade with the former president going to the criminal court in Manhattan. What do you think he meant by that, a real rough, turbulent future in going forward?
Andy's one of the few guys I think that's been out there trying to do the right thing. But I guess my interpretation of what he meant is, where do we go from here? Now, as far as being a conservative, are you supposed to acquiesce to these types of actions, or are you supposed to fight back? Now, at this point, I guess I would sort of argue that we probably have to fight back. But where does that take us? It takes
when
us
you
down
say
the
fight
same
back,
path.
let's temper that. You don't mean fighting back in terms of physically fighting.
Oh, no, not at all. Not
we have to say
whatsoever.
that because
I'm talking about
yeah.
in terms of actions, et cetera.
Yeah, we just lost the signal of the president, by the way, the former president, I should say. He is turning the corner, and he is now in Lower Manhattan. Based on the last shot that we saw, we are now seeing the police out there in front of the courthouse. But again, Jeff, I interrupted you just to bring our viewers up to date in terms of what they're watching. We're seeing police on the scene there to ensure that there is no violence, to make sure that the peace is protected here on the streets of New York City. The New York City Police Department being one of the very finest, not only in the nation but in the world. But again, Jeff, please go ahead and share your insights as we watch this.
Yeah. And Kelly, I mean, what I was referencing, I'm talking about precedents being set.
Right.
Actions being taken, that here we have a presidential candidate. And where does that lead us as a nation if that becomes the operative way to go about these campaigns? There's the potential for a gag order on Trump. And he's going to be...
And just to interrupt you again, Jeff, that we understand the president has arrived. When he turned that corner, he was there in the vicinity of Lower Manhattan where the courthouse is located. We don't have a visual of him actually walking in. And again, just to let our viewers know, Judge Marchand has ruled that cameras will not be allowed in the courthouse where the former president, will face his arraignment and hear his charges. But there will be what we call still photographers in there. There will be at least 5 still photographers, and those photographs will go out to the media at large. But Jeff, again, just to conclude your point real quick, as we continue to watch the developments there, you can see the scrum of people, if you will. I hate to refer to them that way, but those are journalists, but there's also a lot of people who are onlookers. Again, Jeff, real quickly, let's sum this up. This is a painful moment for our country. The world is watching, but what do you say to the country about the faith in God and hope that this nation has to have in getting through this and beyond this and keeping the republic sound?
I believe that we're currently going through one of the most incredibly turbulent times that we could experience, but never bet against America. I have faith in the American people. We persevered. I believe that we can continue to persevere, but this moment is something that should be taken with all seriousness. And it's something that Americans need to be very, very concerned about.
The gravity of it is real. Thank you, Jeff Carlson, co-host of Truth Over News on Epoch TV. We appreciate your programming as well as your time. Jeff talking to us right there. I've got my colleagues here with me, Tiffany as well as Steve. And, it's really an incredible moment. We asked people in Los Angeles as we continue to watch the live video in terms of what's happening in terms of the former president arriving at the criminal court. But we asked people in Los Angeles what they think of Trump's indictment, and here's what they've been telling us.
I think there's so much trash about Trump that the new cases that are against him, I mean, it may not be any different than the previous bad news about him. So I think people have a pretty strong stance on whether they are for Trump or against Trump, anti-Trump. So I don't think that anything really will change much because people always talk trash about him anyways.
I wish they'd quit picking on him. He's not any guiltier than the Clinton Foundation. Oh my gosh, the things I've heard about that. He's no more guilty than Biden's son. Good grief, I've heard the things. I've heard him being caught in the lies. They don't go after him. I don't think one is. I think they just don't want him to run, and so they wait till now to come down like gangbusters on him. Not that he's, the greatest person in the world. I wish he'd stay off of. I like Trump, but I don't like the way he mouths off and he acts. If he could have just watched his mouth and quit, stay off of that Twitter. I think that's what ruined him. But I don't think he's any worse than any of the other ones. At least he got the job done.
He does good in certain aspects. I know he has money. He makes a good. The economy got good at a certain point, but if he would have ran another term or longer, I think that everything would have been a disaster. So the way he talks about women, the way he treats the immigrants, the way he makes everybody feel less than him, I think that's not good for the country.
I don't think that they like the way he speaks and the things he says. He doesn't have any filters and he says whatever he wants because, he doesn't necessarily need the money from the presidency. So I think it's just the money that makes him a very proud and arrogant person. But at the same time, I appreciate some of the things that he does because he has the balls to do some things that other people don't have the balls to do. So that's what I think. That's why I think they don't want him to be reelected because he doesn't care what anybody thinks about him, and he does whatever he wants, which can be it could be a bad thing, it could be a good thing, in the sense that if he takes care of business, if he does things that nobody else has the courage to do, but if he's doing it for, who knows what his motives are though, you know what I mean? So it's a little shady.
I don't like all the fighting. No matter what he did, that poor man, the Democrats were after him for everything. He couldn't get done half of what he wanted to do because from day one, they were on his back. It just seems so unfair when he's no worse than any of the other ones. They just really don't like it because he doesn't follow their rules, political stuff. So
other countries laugh at us because this is the best kind of president that, I mean, you wonder, is this the best that we can do? I mean, is this the best kind of person to have in a presidency? So I think it just makes us look dumb in front of other countries. And Biden isn't doing that great either.
Welcome back to our special coverage. With Trump now at the courthouse, we take a closer look at the potential gag order. Many are speculating that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg could seek a gag order against Trump. It would forbid him from publicly commenting on his criminal case. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan and House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer said in a statement they were deeply concerned. Their statement reads, to even contemplate stifling the speech of the former commander-in-chief and current candidate for president is at odds with everything America stands for. What happens if the DA asks the judge to muzzle Trump? Two ex-prosecutors told the Epoch Times that the judge would have to weigh protecting the legal process against Trump's free speech rights. Complicating the matter is citizens' rights to hear from a presidential candidate. And joining us now is Mark Ruskin. He's in studio here, Epoch Times contributor and former assistant DA for Brooklyn and retired FBI agent, as well as Lee Smith, author of The Plot Against the President and host of Over the Target on Epoch TV. But first, let's quickly go check in with Melina Weisskopf, who is currently at the courthouse. who's watching what's happening there live. Before we get to Melina, let's turn quickly to our two guests here. So what do you make of what's happening here? This is unprecedented, a former U.S. president being indicted. We see him now at the courthouse. What do you make of this setting in our history?
Tiffany, first, thank you for inviting me. This is truly a unique situation, and not only in the sense of him being indicted, but now of an arraignment. Now, I served as an assistant district attorney for 4 years and participated in thousands of arraignments. And the issues that come up, such as the gag order, are paramount. It's going to be interesting to see what other issues are going to come up as well. What surprises does Bragg have in mind? The gag order, the purpose of the gag order is to preserve essentially an unbiased jury pool. We don't want in the legal trials to have a jury pool that's been biased by one side or the other by speeches and talk. So here, whether or not there would be any purpose served is really dubious, because already I would suggest that the jury pool has already been as biased as can possibly be and will probably end up requiring a change of venue. So as far as the gag order is concerned, the other interesting things with regard to an arraignment are there other typical things that occur during an arraignment that are going to occur this afternoon. For example, bail is set at an arraignment. Is Alvin Bragg going to be asking for bail for other conditions from the judge, such as limiting travel? It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Definitely. And Lee, I want to get your thoughts on this too. So Trump is arriving at the courthouse. What do you make of all of this?
Yeah, well, this entire situation is not normal. This began with, let's remember how this started. This started in the summer of 2016, so nearly 7 years ago now, when the FBI started to investigate the Republican presidential candidate, Donald Trump. So everything we've seen is not normal, but you'll notice the trick here is to make it look as though Donald Trump is the one who's uniquely malevolent, a uniquely malevolent and abnormal figure in American politics, and nothing could be further from the truth. Donald Trump is squarely within the mainstream of American politics and American culture. The effort has been to make him seem like the abnormal one. What's going on here is what's abnormal. The indictment of a former president, and as importantly, the leading candidate for the 2024 Republican nomination. This is not normal in the United States. This partakes rather of the essence of third world regimes like those that the left, the American left, and that the international left typically warms to. Cuba, the Chinese Communist Party, the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's what we're seeing taking place right here in Manhattan, formerly one of the great cities of the world. Now it's a cesspool and the staging ground for a third world prosecution of Donald Trump.
And on that note, it seems a lot of other countries are also watching this very closely. We had Angie Wong here earlier. She was saying she spoke with reporters from Belgium, from Japan. They're covering this live 24/7. They're here in the States. What are other countries watching and getting out of this?
I mean, both our allies and adversaries have been watching very closely since 2016. That the United States, that the United States intelligence services, let's remember the core of this. It was political operatives from the Democratic Party, which is hardly any surprise, but that U.S. intelligence services turned against the sitting president. This was extraordinary. It said a lot about how Washington had reconfigured itself during the Obama years, and now they're looking again, and they have to wonder what's happening in the United States. What kind of an ally is the United States? What kind of power is the United States? And exactly what the heck is going on? I mean, look, it's not that Donald Trump has friends all across Western Europe. We've seen how the global establishment has typically responded to Donald Trump, though, of course, he had close allies in Japan and throughout Europe and throughout the world. but there are lots of adversaries as well who are siding with the U.S. political establishment. So I imagine it's a combination of glee and as well as from the more responsible corners of the international community, despair that this is happening in the greatest country in the world.
And just to follow up, Mark, I'd like to ask you with regard to some points that Lee just made. On a fundamental level, what do you think has actually got us to this point? And as we dig a little bit deeper, what can be done to prevent certain agencies and instruments of the government from going too far?
Well, what's happened here is that this is essentially the culmination of several years of activities which have been occurring kind of under the mainstream and which have not been put to a stop or even noticed to a large extent with regard to the judicial system. Essentially, this is the culmination of an effort to destabilize the American judicial system and utilize it for purposes it was not intended to be used by the Founding Fathers. And what I'm talking about to a large extent is the election, the campaigning and donations and election of district attorneys throughout the United States who are essentially not committed to enforcing the criminal laws of the United States. And so we've been seeing it through Jesse Smollett, through the indictment of couples who use weapons to defend their home, and throughout the
McCloskeys,
the McCloskeys,
Missouri.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're seeing now is it's finally coming to a critical point. I mean, it's been developing, now it's reaching a critical mass with the bold action where they're confident enough to actually indict a former president. And I think that unless there's a reverse trend within the judicial system back towards a stable system that's working the way it was intended to work, that we're going to reach a point of no return, and it's going to be a sad day indeed if that happens. And what we need to a certain extent now is the intercession of appellate courts, of the Supreme Court. You know, ultimately, I think this could end up before the Supreme Court, I'm talking about the Trump case now, in an expedited manner through different various procedural techniques, such as something called a writ of mandamus. There are other procedural ways that it can get before the Supreme Court, and hopefully the court would act in a decisive manner and we could see the pendulum start to swing back towards a normal situation.
And on that note, it seems right with all of this different coverage, there's been a lot of focus on divisiveness, how it's maybe further dividing the country. But going forward, what can really unite us? What makes us Americans? Mark, what are your thoughts?
Well, a return to traditional constitutional values, to interpreting and following the Constitution the way it was written and intended to be interpreted by the founders, is the surest guide back to is the roadmap really back towards the principles which are what have made this country what it is, and unique and respected throughout the world. And if we can go back to these constitutional values, to the Bill of Rights, to the First Amendment, to the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizures, and so forth, you know, to ending 6 in.the.morning raids by armed agents to arrest 70-year-old white-collar criminals and so forth. We have to start going back towards those principles, and then perhaps there's some hope to return to a normal situation and a less divisive one.
Does sound like there is definitely a lot at stake here. So we're going to be quickly changing to Melina Weisskopf really quickly. We will be returning to both of you. But now we're going to turn to Melina Weisskopf, who is live at the courthouse outside where Trump just arrived moments ago. Melina, what can you tell us about what's happening there?
Hi, Tiffany. Yeah, so Trump just arrived moments ago, and the interest is, of course, still very high, as expected. Trump made a similar entrance as he did yesterday when he arrived in Trump Tower. Very discreet, trying as best as he can to avoid media attention. We know the Trump team is really trying to keep this low key. So when Trump did arrive, from this perspective, where a lot of media is stationed, you could hardly see his entrance. He just briefly waved and discreetly walked in, trying to stay very low-key about this. So as far as what's going on right now inside the courthouse, Trump is first expected to meet the district attorney, where he will surrender, and then later at 2:15, I believe in about 30 minutes from now, he is expected to have that formal arraignment where the charges against him will be read aloud. We are unclear exactly what those charges are because the district attorney has not unsealed those. However, there are media reports floating around that he could be charged up to more than 30 counts of felony charges for illegal campaign contributions for paying that $130,000 to adult film actress Stormy Daniels, which was then reported as a legal expense. So this is kind of the case. But regardless of what happens, Trump's lawyers say they plan to plead not guilty, file a motion to dismiss. It's unclear how the judge will rule on that motion to dismiss. But the lawyers' goal ultimately right now, Trump's lawyers, are to try to move this case out of New York City or out of this venue particularly. Trump truthed out on Truth Social earlier that he believes that if it was sent to Staten Island, for example, he believes he would get a more fair trial. So Trump is in there, facing all of these charges right now, getting that formal indictment read to him very soon. Trump is expected to leave. We're unsure when. After all of this is finished, he will be leaving, going back to his home in Mar-a-Lago. Well, he will have a speech later tonight. NTD will be there covering that. So this is the feel on the ground. Some folks are starting to head out after crowding back here. So this is kind of what's going on here.
Melina, thank you for that update. I'm sure we'll be tuning back to you quite soon for more updates. But joining us now is Mike Davis, Chief Counsel for Nominations on the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary. He's also the founder and president of the Article 3 Project and a former law clerk for U.S. Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch. Thank you so much for joining us. So what do you make of the legal ramifications of all of this? It seems we're seeing DA Alvin Bragg recently appointing Matthew Colangelo. What can you tell us about that? What's happening there?
Yeah, so these are bogus non-felonies that Soros-backed Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is bringing. The prior DA declined these charges at Alvin Bragg's urging when he was in the New York Attorney General's office. The U.S. Attorney in Manhattan declined these charges. The Federal Election Commission declined these charges, and Bragg declined these charges. He started taking heat from the left. So back in December, Alvin Bragg hired senior Justice Department political appointee Matthew Colangelo to come join his office. And Matthew Colangelo has been a political appointee for the Obama White House, the Obama Justice Department under Eric Holder, a top political aide for Labor Secretary Tom Perez, who later went on to be the DNC chairman. Colangelo worked in the White House, the Obama White House, as a top economic aide. He worked at the NAACP for 7 years. He worked for the Democrat New York Attorney General, where his job was to get Trump. They created a position for him to go get Trump, and now Bragg is creating a new position for him in the Manhattan DA's office to get Trump. This just shows that this is part of a pattern by the Democrats to politicize and weaponize our justice system to go after their political opponents, particularly Trump, and it shows that there's clear collusion between the highest ranks in the Biden Justice Department and the Manhattan DA's office.
And in studio, we also have Mark Ruskin with us. Mark, I want to hear your thoughts on what you make of what Mike Davis just said right there.
Well, I think I would agree with everything that Mike has said. And as I was saying before, this is the culmination of a Soros-backed and other backed campaign to have district attorneys elected who are going to not enforce the law. So essentially, I would concur with his judgment here. I would also add that at the arraignment here, it's going to be interesting. He was talking about we were talking about Trump going back to Mar-a-Lago. Has that already been negotiated with the district attorney's office, and are there going to be impositions put or travel restrictions put upon the former president? So the other issue that's going to I'd like to move on to with regard to the arraignment is who is going to be the arraignment judge? I mean, is that something that's been predetermined? Typically, there's a judge who's assigned to the arraignment part for the day and handles all the arraignments in that court part. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not that's the procedure that's going to be followed today, or are we going to have a special judge assigned to handle the arraignment, which would be a departure from traditional criminal justice procedures in New York. And then the question will be, why is there such a departure? Is it a matter of decorum, or is it because, as you know, as many individuals have suggested, that there's a double standard of justice here, and that the former president is not going to be accorded the same rights with regard to an arraignment court as occurs to a typical defendant.
And you mentioned how this is kind of a departure from normal law, and it seems, you know, if we look at history, we've never had a former U.S. president indicted. So, Mike, what do you make of this, and what precedent is this setting? Where do you see this going forward?
Yeah, the Democrats are crossing the Rubicon here. This is, they have politicized and weaponized the justice system at every level. At the federal level, with Garland's special counsel, Jack Smith, looking at the non-crime of a former president having presidential records in the office of former president, which is allowed by the Presidential Records Act. A Democrat DA down in Fulton County, Georgia, looking at the non-crime of a president objecting to the presidential election and lobbying others to do the same. That's permitted by the Electoral Count of 1887. It's allowed by the First Amendment. If this were illegal, Democrats would be in jail for objecting to Republican White House wins in 1969, 2001, 2005, 2017. And Alvin Bragg's case is just a continuation of that coordinated Democrat lawfare to take out Trump because they fear they can't beat him in the polls, so they're simply going to indict him.
And Mike, on that note, you mentioned crossing of the Rubicon. So what can unite America right now? What can make Americans remember why they are American and why they are in this country? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know what? I think the only way, this is not our parents' or grandparents' Democrat Party. These are not liberals who love America and just disagree with conservatives on the best way to get there. These are leftist. These are Marxist. They hate America. They hate equality. They believe in equity. They hate free speech. They believe in censorship. They hate due process. They believe in Me Too and politicized, weaponized prosecutions like we're seeing with Alvin Bragg. What Republicans need to do is give them a healthy dose of their own medicine. State attorneys general Republican, state attorneys general Republican, DAs, Republican prosecutors need to start getting creative. And also, people need to rally behind President Trump. This is so much bigger than Trump. We need to unite behind him, and we need to send a very strong message. This is unacceptable in America. We're not gonna devolve into a third world Marxist hellhole banana republic, which is exactly what George Soros and his puppet prosecutors like Alvin Bragg want us to do.
And it's true that by bringing this indictment, it's a Pandora's box that has been opened up. And you know, once it's open, how do you shut it? If what Mike suggests actually happened and the Republican prosecutors start prosecuting Democrat public officials, you're going to end up with the whole system falling apart, where everybody's prosecuting everybody for reasons which have nothing to do with the criminal justice system, and then we have a judiciary that's weak. Then it's going to just devolve and take us even further from the constitutional principles which we want to return to. So I think that's an additional issue that needs to be taken into mind.
And what do you make of the statements by, say, former Vice President Mike Pence saying, you know, you could indict a ham sandwich, but also no one's above the law? What do you make of that?
Well, as an assistant district attorney, I presented, I would say, hundreds of cases at least to grand juries. And it is true that a grand jury is very easily manipulated by the prosecutor. In a grand jury, the jurors, there are 23 grand jurors in New York, and they vote on whether or not to bring charges against an individual. But they only hear evidence presented by the prosecutor. So it's very tailored towards what the prosecutor and the DA's office is looking to obtain. So it's not, I mean, it's meant to insert the public between the power of government and the individual being accused. But unfortunately, there's a lot of truth to the old cliche of anyone being able to indict a ham sandwich, is that if you present the evidence correctly, unfortunately, and people can be indicted for crimes that they have nothing to do with. All that one has to show is probable cause that a crime was committed. It's a very low bar that needs to be crossed.
And Mike, I also want to get your thoughts on that no one's above the law. What do you make of that in this case in regards to Trump?
That is a complete nonsensical chant by Democrats and Trump-deranged rhinos, because sure, no one is above the law, but you're also not below the law. There is not a felony that President Trump could have violated here. At best, what we're looking at is a bookkeeping misdemeanor from 2016 with a 2-year statute of limitations, and this Alvin Bragg is taking a legal theory previously rejected by the prior DA, the U.S. Attorney, the Federal Election Commission, and Bragg himself. He's taken federal law, he's bootstrapping it to New York law, he's creating a novel legal theory that he's going to charge Trump with 34 felonies based upon a bookkeeping error, a bookkeeping misdemeanor at best. I don't even think it was a misdemeanor, but bookkeeping misdemeanor at best from 2016. This is purely political weaponization of the New York County Manhattan DA's prosecutor's office, and I think this is going to blow up in the Democrats' faces.
Mike Davis, thank you so much for your insights, and Mark Ruskin for joining us in studio. Appreciate both of you for joining us on our special coverage today. And we'll be continuing our special coverage. Now we'll be checking in with Roman Balmakov, who's at Collect Pond Park. Here's him now with more info.
All right, so we are here live in Collect Pond Park here in downtown Manhattan with, I would say, a couple of hundred Trump supporters on this side. And if you can see here, there's a barrier that the police set up. On that side is the anti-Trump crowd. Very smart move by the cops to separate them. Let's go take a walk. As you can see over there, over the course of the last hour, quite a few Trump supporters have shown up. Before, when it first started, there was more reporters than protesters. Now it's about 1-to-1. I would say one reporter for every one protester. Would you say that's accurate?
I would say, yeah.
Typical Manhattan protest, more reporters than there are protesters. Hey there. All right, so as you can see, there's a lot of energy here among the pro-Trump crowd. A lot of people we spoke to, they told us that they think this is kind of a political job, that there's not enough evidence to actually indict him, and this was just a politicization of the Manhattan DA. On the other side, people are saying that, hey, you know, if the evidence shows that the grand jury had enough evidence to indict him, then let the process play out. It's kind of an interesting dichotomy here. Let's go see if we can talk to some people. Oh, this guy right here. Sir, what brings you out here today?
Support Trump all day. I'm actually a single-issue voter, abortion, and he kept his promises. And I love the Epoch Times, if I'm saying it right. But yeah. You guys, I'm sorry you've been getting censored, but I appreciate your coverage with COVID-19 and January 6th. It's been really helpful. Well, it's obviously politicized because from what I'm hearing, it's only a misdemeanor. Second of all, we haven't even, no one really knows the evidence at this point. So I guess once it comes out, we can take a look at it. I'm going to say this on air because I actually repented for it, but I did vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and God changed my heart. And ever since like 2017, 2018, I've been pro-America, pro-Trump, pro-babies. So I thank God for that, and I thank you guys for it.
4 years. This is probably the biggest pro-Trump rally I've seen in Manhattan. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of New Yorkers are afraid to express themselves, so now's an opportunity. Plus, we're, pardon the phrase, pissed off. This is so unfair what's happening to Donald Trump, and he loves New York. He was a great New Yorker. He saved the city. So for this idiot Bragg to target him, which is illegal, you don't target someone and then find the crime. So what they're doing to him is a disgrace to New Yorkers and to this country. Totally politicized. He can't get a fair hearing in this city, which is a shame, again, because of the good things Donald Trump has done for New York. A lot of the liberals in this city and other big cities, they're ingrates. They don't appreciate him. People who wear Biden hats, not that you see them, all right, or Hillary, Democrats should be ashamed of themselves. We shouldn't be afraid to support who was great for this country. What has Biden done? Biden, in my opinion, is a traitor, and he's compromised by China. Okay? I think just came out the other day how the balloons from China got sensitive information from this country, and Biden just let the balloons go. And they lied about it, his fake administration.
All right, so that's what's going on here. Thus far, the vibe is peaceful. I heard there's a fight that broke out. We didn't see it, but apparently one fight broke out. But everything here is peaceful, probably because the police did take good precautions to split up the park between the two sides. So we'll come back to us in about an hour, and we'll give you an update. Until then, back to you in the studio.
Roman, thanks for that on-the-ground reporting. Next, we asked a few people in New York City what they think of Trump's indictment, and here's what they told us.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think it's trash.
He helped us better than any president has in the last 30 years.
I think it's a travesty of the American people that one party in politics is so controlling and controlled by the liberal media.
Well, I think it's a sad moment in history.
I feel like it's just common sense what's correct and not.
I guess I don't get a break.
Common sense to me.
That's fine. I'll stay here.
I think it's a good thing. I think he has done a lot of things that the community and everybody's not happy with.
I wish they'd quit picking on him. He's not any guiltier than the Clinton Foundation. Oh my gosh, the things I've heard about that. He's no more guilty than Biden's son.
Honestly, I don't really pay attention to it. I just go to work every day and come home.
I'm looking forward for big changes in the American political system, hopefully.
I think it's about time. I wish they had done one of the others first. I think this one is probably the more minor of the charges.
I think it's well appropriate, and he's not above the law. Is it something that we're doing to harass him because of what he did as president? I don't think so. What he did was wrong, and he should pay the price.
Well, I think if it's true, and then let law prevail. And so I think that, yes, if that's something that he committed, it should come out, and he should be held accountable like any other person.
I think it's fabulous. I think it's long overdue. I think the man is not well, and he should not be above the law, and he's just egregious. So I'm really glad that they finally made a decision one way or the other for him.
I don't think it was right for the reason that I think all these presidents have paid hush money. I think there's all been things that they've done, and Trump hasn't been the president for a few years now, and they're stuck on him. There's a lot more important things going on in Manhattan, in the country, that should be addressed. That the president now, that's on the job now, I don't know what's going on, and a lot of people don't. So to be still messing with Trump, I think it's insane. And it's going to open up a can of worms for everybody else.
Well, it should have happened about 4 years ago, at least. 5 years ago, 6 years ago. The FEC should have looked into it. They didn't, because they had 4 Republicans on the board and they all squashed it.
The fact that it has to come down to the Stormy Daniels case, that's like what he's actually getting indicted for. There's plenty of insight, the fact that he didn't do anything on January 6th and he just sat there and watched these people, and I feel bad for the people that were roped up into it. They were excited, and they probably don't even realize how horrible it was and how scary it was what they took and did, and they were getting encouraged by him to storm the Capitol.
I think it's crazy. I think he's getting what he deserves. I think he truly is getting what he deserves. It's payback.
It shows that this nation has fallen towards actual fascism.
I mean, if he did something wrong, then yeah, he needs to pay.
I think it's great that he's being held accountable, at least in some small way, for any of his actions. So yeah, I'm all for it. Send that man to prison.
Yeah, details I'm not really too sure about, but I do know that they just pick and choose their enemy whenever they want. And sometimes it's Trump, now it's Biden. It's all different people all the time, so I don't really think that the politicians have anything to do with it anymore. Now it's just like that 1%, I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist when it comes to that.
Other countries laugh at us because this is the best kind of president that I mean, you wonder, is this the best that we can do?
I think it's the same reason that he did, that he didn't get elected last time.
Well, because for one thing, I think the reason is because he's a businessman.
I feel like the biggest one is that they think that he's kind of a joke and that he's a bit nefarious and maybe underhanded.
Well, I feel like the people who don't want him to be reelected, I feel like that they just feel like he's not the best candidate to actually run the country, as they feel like, there should be somebody that's more fit to do it, and they feel like how he handled his first run just wasn't the right way.
Well, the people that don't want him to be re-elected certainly do have good reason. I being one of those persons, I feel that his presence in that position has been damaging to our country. Some of the decisions that he's made has not been representative of the entirety of our country.
And I think that party is scared he's going to go back into office because he gets things done, and right now we're just kind of stalled out.
What's the reasons why they don't want him? They don't want him because he gets the job done. He doesn't play along with, he doesn't follow the rules, he does what he thinks he needs to do, and they don't like that.
When you're like a powerful man, you have a lot of enemies.
He basically he did drain the swamp. We can see the swamp monsters now. So I guess because the next part of draining the swamp is going after the swamp monsters, and the swamp monsters don't want that. So
Honestly think that it should hurt his campaign because we shouldn't be promoting I'm way too into the news, and I'm aware of all the other things that he just isn't even being held accountable for.
He's done a lot of bad things. He's done a lot of bad things with fraud. There's a lot of documents that's not being shown. He's done a lot of fraudulent stuff.
Personal issues that they just don't like him. But everybody can't be liked by everybody.
I really just don't trust any politicians right now. I don't. So it's just a muddy situation. There's muddy waters, and it's just a whole bunch of nonsense.
I would say Trump is not the typical politician who's just going to do whatever you say for money and stuff like that. He has his own money. He has his own protection. I think people are afraid of that. Not us as walking around human beings, as the cattle. We're not afraid of it. I think the people that are afraid are the people that are in power.
How do I say this politely? He kind of has no filters. And I think that he brings out the worst in people. And it's a really sad state of affairs. And I think that we're on the brink of a civil war. And we just need to have a clean slate.
I think many people don't want him reelected. I think there's a whole host of reasons why he would make a terrible president. I think most of us were aware of those reasons in the beginning. I think some of those reasons are his bigotry, his racism, his ignorance, his lack of qualifications.
Because I think Trump knows a lot of things about them that most common folk don't want to believe. Evil does exist in the world, and a lot of these people, Trump has no reason to come after them. He might not care about everybody in this country as far as his status is above ours, but he does care about the country. The people in charge right now, it's not looking good for anybody.
And some insights and perspectives there from the people that we talk to out on the streets, because they do have a stake in all of this. By the way, we're focusing, of course, on the arraignment of the former President of the United States, Donald Trump, as we've been stating all along. As you've heard over and over again, this is unprecedented. It is historical. Mr. Trump posted on Truth Social earlier while he was heading to the courthouse. He wrote, quote, "Seems so surreal. Wow, they are going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America." MAGA, which stands for Make America Great Again. Let's also take a look at what to expect next now that Trump has arrived in the courthouse. He's probably being fingerprinted right now, and the arraignment proceedings will be closed off to video recording, but cameras are still allowed in the courtroom before the hearing. So we'll likely see some photos coming out of that courtroom where Mr. Trump will be arraigned. We can also expect the Manhattan District Attorney to address the media after Trump's arraignment. The process where the charges will be unsealed begins at 2:15, which is, by our count, 9 minutes away. We'll continue to follow the developments of this. And joining us now is A. Scott Bolden, former prosecutor and white-collar defense attorney. Scott, good of you to join us this hour. This is not a moment that anyone takes glee in, I would suspect, and certainly from your legal expertise. How do you view this?
Well, I think Donald Trump captured it well in his tweet. It's surreal. He can't believe this is happening to him, let alone in America. But Donald Trump drives this negative narrative and now this potentially criminal narrative. And at 2:15, we're going to find out the conspiracy or the racketeering story behind whether it's Stormy Daniels or business and financial fraud. And I think you're right. I mean, for our democracy, for our republic, it's never good for a former president to be criminally indicted and prosecuted. We've never had that before. But let's remember, we've never had a president like Donald Trump before. And the criminal case is the first time he's faced the criminal justice system. He cannot manipulate it. He does not have any control over it. The criminal justice system is going to control his movement and where he is and what he does. And he is going to have to face these charges while trying to run for president. I think it's going to be difficult, especially if he gets indicted in Georgia as well as by the feds.
Yeah, and those are the other cases that are waiting in the pipeline, so to speak. Look, as you know, there's been much to say about this, and of course, people have been following Donald Trump for most of his adult life as a successful business leader, and then becoming president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, and then losing the election, and now he's basically stating that he is going to run again, and of course he's leading in the polls among the Republican Party. But fellow Republicans who are running against him have come out in support of him, even calling this, as Lindsey Graham stated, Senator Lindsey Graham, legal voodoo. How do you define the prosecution in this case?
Well, it's taken several years for them to bring this case. I know Alvin Bragg. He is a very bright and capable prosecutor himself. He's an elected official. Listen, when you do something for the first time in history, you've got to make sure it's done right. I think the difference between when he first came into office and today with the indictment of Donald Trump is that the CFO has pled guilty or been convicted after trial. The Trump organization has been convicted. And those two entities, the individual and that entity, have individuals that have been cooperating with Alvin Bragg and his prosecution team. And now they believe they have enough information to bring a criminal charge, undoubtedly a criminal charge where they can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We'll have to wait and see, but this is unprecedented. But the facts in this case and the strength of this case has got to be unprecedented as well.
Yeah, you know, we have just a few minutes now before the president, the former president, will actually be there in the courtroom and receive his arraignment. I'm looking at my clock right now, 2:10. He's expected at 2:15. Judge Merchan will be presiding over this case. And we were speaking earlier today with the former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark, who stated to us here on NTD News that he believes the judge should recuse himself because of his family's affiliation with the current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. What say you about that?
I haven't seen any evidence or factual support where a judge would have to recuse himself. It would be up to the discretion of the judge. If he's got family relationships with Kamala Harris, that may have an appearance issue, but appearance issues don't get you to a conflict or get you to a judicial recusal. There's got to be a real threat of a conflict of interest whereby the judge either has to serve two masters or has allegiance to one master over the other. I don't see that here. Judges don't operate that way. They don't have political agendas, whether they're Republican appointees or Democratic appointees. They want to do their jobs. They call balls and strikes. The jury makes the decision, and while the judges can have real influence in what how they rule on certain motions, There's been no evidence that Marshawn is going to be prejudiced against Donald Trump or for Donald Trump. And so I think that's political talk and rhetoric. The reality is that we're going to do this arraignment. Marshawn is going to be on the case unless some other information comes to light. And he's going to do a very good job at calling balls and strikes.
And Scott, you know, the rhetoric has been out there, and it's been fiery rhetoric. It's been troubling. It's been disconcerting. People on both sides. I want to ask you more specifically, since you know Republicans and Democrats alike, what brings this country to healing beyond this indictment and arraignment, the first ever of a former president of the United States? And will the former president play a role in bringing that healing to unite this nation?
Well, how much time you got? That's a whole nother show.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
You know, I don't see the Democrats jumping for glee here. I mean, listen, we're all Americans. We love this country. We've all come from different backgrounds. Our community was brought here in chains. We're a country of immigrants, if you will. And deep down, there is no better country. The healing process has to take place, and it starts with a national dialogue, whether it's on race or immigration or just Republicans and Democrats being Americans first, or whether it's gun control and what have you. And we just haven't figured out how to talk to one another. We need a therapist almost, and I can't tell you who that therapist is. Obviously, God and country and love for one another matters most. And I hope at some point in time, whether it's this instance with Donald Trump or beyond, that both sides can come together and do what's best for the country, even if we don't get all that we want in legislation or in communication or in contemplation of how we make this republic a better place. Remember, it's an evolving experiment, right? To make a more perfect union. Well, it's a painful process sometimes, but I think we'll get there. I know you're very positive about this country as well.
Indeed, I am, Scott. You know me very well, but I appreciate you for joining us and sharing your legal mind and your expertise. And I think you said it best. We have to look to God and prayer and each other to help each other through this process. This is going to be with us for the foreseeable future. His legal troubles are not going away, speaking of the former president of the United States. And we've got to be able to sit down and have that conversation with each other. And by the way, I welcome that opportunity to do just that here on NTD, having all minds, all faiths coming together to talk about healing America and uniting America, even through this unprecedented time. A. Scott Bolden, brilliant attorney, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I'll come back anytime you want.
Thank you. Well, as all of this is unfolding before our very eyes in New York, we can kind of coin the phrase of what the former president said, that it's so surreal. Meantime, a White House press conference is going on right now. And joining us live is NTD's White House correspondent, Iris Towle. Iris, what's the very latest there from the White House? What are you hearing?
Good afternoon, Steve. You are right. As this is all unfolding right now in New York, the White House is holding a press conference. And basically, we have heard several questions on Trump's arraignment. And the press secretary is insisting that because it is an ongoing process, so she's not going to directly comment on that. However, she did say that this is not a focus for President Biden. Instead, the president is focused on delivering for the American people and lowering costs. And another thing that she did comment on was whether President Biden will be watching any of the live coverage of the Trump arraignment news today. And basically, she said that when he gets a chance, he will catch up on parts of the news coverage today. And also, we see that apart from the White House, aside from what is going on here, lawmakers are also giving their reactions from all over the country. And so we see that Republican Senator Marco Rubio posted a video on Twitter shortly before Trump's arraignment tonight, this afternoon. And let's take a listen at what he's saying. He's basically saying that this will mark a new chapter, a turning point in the state of American politics. Let's take a listen.
After today, every prosecutor in America that wants to make a name for themselves now is going to have permission to basically go after someone in the other party. What's going to stop some Republican or conservative prosecutor now from saying, well, now I'm going to go after Joe Biden or his family?
So as House Republicans So as House Republicans are using their congressional powers to investigate President Biden's family dealings, we also see that President Trump, what he is facing is very different. He is the first American president to ever face any criminal charges in U.S. history, and that is unprecedented. Steve.
Actually, it's Kelly, no problem. Iris, we thank you for joining us and bringing us an update from the White House and what's going on there. Joining us now is Robert Patillo, Democratic strategist and civil rights attorney. Robert?
Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, Robert, it's good to see you. So weigh in on this issue for me. As you know, Democrats and Republicans alike have been embroiled in divisive politics for many, many years. Have we crossed the Rubicon, as we've been hearing here a lot today, spoken from Republican colleagues and defenders of the former president of the United States? What are you saying as a Democrat?
No, I don't think we've crossed any sort of Rubicon here. If politicians don't want to face criminal charges, they should not commit crimes. I think that's a very clear standard. And we've seen this happen on the congressional level. We've seen this happen to governors previously, where they've been arrested after leaving office, some while in office, for misdeeds they've taken part in. What I think we're seeing here, and what we're going to find out when these indictments are unsealed, is that the reason this took so long is that additional evidence was uncovered either in the Northern District of New York investigation of the Trump Organization by Letitia James, or during the investigation and conversation with Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels, and that justified the upgrade of the misdemeanor charges to a felony charge, which vitiated a prosecution here. So I think if President Trump or any other politician does not want to be prosecuted, they should not commit crimes.
Robert, bear with me right now. I want to talk about that video that we're seeing right now. We're seeing New York City police officers standing outside the courtroom, and we do know that the former president of the United States is there. He's being arraigned, which means he is facing 34 charges, we understand, in this indictment. They will likely be unsealed as we speak. It is now 2:18. The president is supposedly standing before Judge Marchand along with his defense attorneys there, and the prosecutor, District Attorney Alvin Bragg, in this case. As it unfolds right now, the scheduled time was 2:15, and the judge is probably sticking close to that timeline. Most arraignments, as you know, Robert, are very quick. In this case, because of the unprecedented nature of this, it could go a little off schedule. But what does this say about our country as the world is watching? What does it say about our integrity as a nation and about the rule of law?
It says that we are a nation that truly is living up to our values of considering the rule of law above the rule of men. What we have wanted for years is the understanding that regardless of your political position, of your wealth, of your race, or any other external factor, that you will be held to the same standard as any other American in this case. And I think that we are showing that beyond politics, beyond celebrity, beyond anything else, that everyone in this country has to answer to the laws of the United States of America. And again, this entire spectacle is President Trump's making. He could have done this hearing over Zoom. It was offered by the judge that he could have stayed home in Florida and simply done this hearing over Zoom or over Skype and had this whole arraignment done in 30 minutes or so, and he would have received an updated court date and they would have been done after that. He wanted the entire media to be on him leaving Florida, landing in New York, taking a motorcade, 24/7 coverage of this, because he understands the political aspects of this. But I think the American people and the international audience have to understand that the difference between America and every other nation on earth is that we hold everyone accountable for the laws of this land, regardless of who you are. We should not have a sacrosanct class of individuals that, because of political office or because of wealth, do not abide by the same laws as the rest of us. I think we should encourage this going forward to ensure that any politician or any public servant that strays away from the highest standards of public service and public integrity is held to account. I believe that should be across the board, Republican or Democrat or independent or anybody else.
Yeah, Robert, I hear you loud and clear. Look, I do know that that those who are for President Trump and even Republicans are saying that this they're claiming that this was politically motivated and that this is weaponizing our legal system in America. And when I hear statements like that, it takes me back to when I was covering the war in Iraq. And during that coverage, I remember the handover of sovereignty. Saddam Hussein had been toppled, a regime had been ended. They were just a couple of weeks away from capturing him. But more importantly, they were handing over sovereignty, becoming a republic. And what they talked about was the rule of law, and what they based that on was the form of rule of law that we have in this country. That is so important to point out because the world watches America, and the hope for America is that it will always have that rule of law and be seen as a beacon of hope and not of despair. Talk to me about that in your terms.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Let's understand that in Taiwan, when they are protesting against the China trying to have incursions there, they fly the American flag. We look at Hong Kong, where you have the protest against the Communist Chinese Party. They fly the American flag. Freedom movements around the world, the idea of truth, justice, and the American way, those old school ideals of America are based upon the conceptualization that we have left old Europe. We are no longer beholden to the royal families, the Habsburgs, the Windsors, etc., that there are certain classes of individuals that have a divine right to rule, that there are certain people who are simply above the rest of us because of their station of life, because of how they were born, because of the wealth that they hold, because of the office or their positions. We in America are one singular experiment that says that every single person within our borders and within our jurisdiction have to abide by the same rules and the same regulations that every single other individual does. So people should be hardened right now because President Trump is being indicted on these counts, but he has every right to a trial by jury. He has every right to the best lawyers in this country. He has every constitutional right that every other defendant has. And if he is innocent, I hope that he is found not guilty and that he is released and that he has every opportunity to proceed with his life thereafter. However, if he is guilty, he should pay the same penalty that any other American would, because no one is above the law. And the idea of this, quickly, the idea of this being some sort of political conspiracy doesn't make sense on its face. If you were going to have a politically motivated prosecution, why would you do it in April of 2023 instead of September of 2024 or October of 2024? If you were going to file charges against a president to stop him from running, you would have something stronger than a Class E felony that has a maximum of 4 years in prison and that no one ever actually goes to prison for on a first offense. This is very clearly a situation where you're dealing with a prosecution that has gotten new evidence that they decided to charge now, but that really has no bearing on any upcoming elections that are 18 or 24 months from now.
Thank you so much for your insights. Robert Patillo, thank you for joining us. Great to have you on, by the way. And again, we appreciate you and as we continue to follow the developments going on right now inside a Manhattan criminal court. And once again, we asked Americans across the country, many of you, what they think of Trump's indictment. And here's a sampling of what some of them are saying.
I do not know what it will do, but I hope that it helps because I think the American people have got their eye on things right now, and they're it's too hard and heavy on Trump.
I think it would help it.
Yeah.
But then it would really recognize that the other part don't want him in because he's the strongest one.
I'm not sure. I think in general, any kind of legal proceedings tend to hurt people's standing with the public. So I would guess that it probably will hurt.
I don't think it will really do either. I'm not sure if a whole lot of people are really watching it. Like me, for one, I don't really care.
Probably put a little ding in it, but I don't think it would hurt it.
Because they've been trying to do a lot of things when it comes to Trump on there, and he seems to bounce back like a rubber ball. So I don't think it'll bother him none.
There was a substantial amount of things going on before, during, and after his presidency. He was able to still, run. So I feel like this isn't really going to hurt him too much.
I think it will energize his base, be good for fundraising, but ultimately be a drag on his candidacy.
For those supporters that he has, which is a very large number of people, millions of people that support him, it'll help that in that regard.
But what they don't understand is the Republican people are full of liberty. They're going to fight the cause because they are indicting him is going to empower the Republican Party even more than they are now.
Both. I think it will help his supporters rally around him. Ultimately, I think it will not help him in the long run, and maybe in the primary, but certainly in the election, it will not help him.
I'm hoping it'll hurt.
I think ultimately it's going to hurt, which is why he's trying to get so many people to jump on board that it's, someone against him, a conspiracy, when in all actuality, in 2016, if he committed it, then he should have to answer for it.
I don't think he should be allowed to run for the presidency with a felony on his record.
I think it'll hurt, don't you? I mean, at this point it should. I know that it seemed like he did a lot of good in office, but when it came down, I'm not saying who's elected now is any better. He can't even come on camera, but we need some change.
I think it's going to backfire for whoever's behind it because, again, why are you coming after this guy now? What difference does it make? Seems almost obvious that they're trying to hide something or move on, address the problems that are going on now.
Oh, as a nominee, it will help. As a presidential candidate, it would hurt. There's no doubt about that.
I honestly think that it should hurt his campaign because we shouldn't be promoting I'm way too into the news and I'm aware of all the other things that he just isn't even being held accountable for.
Not too sure. You never know. Might hurt it. I'm pretty sure it's going to hurt it, though. It's not a good look.
If he gets through the nomination process, I think there's machinations with this that can hurt him. Other than that, it's making him the hero right now.
Not really sure. It could actually go either way.
I don't even think he has a campaign. I think in his mind there's a campaign. And honestly, given the state of the American public, maybe he does have a campaign. I certainly don't want anything to aid it.
Publicity for Trump is going to be good for his campaign, especially all the people that voted against him and then realized that they made a mistake.
It doesn't matter. Publicity is just publicity. So if it brings light to anything that he does, good or bad, I don't think that would really hurt him in the long run.
And as the unprecedented arraignment process of the former president plays out, this process, we're told, will take about 15 to 30 minutes. The former president has been arrested. So this means now we can expect former President Trump to leave the courthouse at any moment as we speak. His SUVs have already turned around, which means they've lined up in front of the building. This will ensure a quick departure once the former president is ready to leave the courthouse. Trump's son, Eric Trump, is also now commenting on the case, writing on Twitter, quote, Bragg has shut down the entire city, called up 38,000 NYPD police officers, closed down the FDR highway, and is spending an estimated $200 million of city funds for a $130,000 NDA. We'll check in with Melina Wisecup at the courthouse one last time in just a moment. But in the meantime, joining us now, we have Jenna Ellis, constitutional attorney, former senior advisor and counsel to former President Trump, and Epoch Times contributor. And former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark is back with us on studio again, on set. Welcome to you both.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. Jenna, we're going to go to you first. I would just like to get your thoughts. There's been a lot of rumblings this morning of the former president adding new counsel to his team, attorney Todd Blanche. Some folks speculating on the fact that this could mean that there's trouble in paradise. What do you make of it, given the fact that you were an attorney for the former president? Yeah, I think this is a really good move for his legal team, for someone who's a partner at Cadwalader, Wickersham and Taft, which is a very well-respected firm in New York City. And he is no stranger to the Trump side of things. I mean, he also had previously represented Paul Manafort and a number of other Trump associates previously. So he's no stranger to Trump world. And so I think this is actually a good move for the legal team. But overall, Steve, what I think we all have to remember here in the wake of an unprecedented situation like this of indicting a former sitting president, the Republicans and the conservatives continue to say that this is a weaponization of government. Well, what exactly do we mean by that? Well, this is the very same left that is claiming that institutions of government, specifically the justice system, are systemically unjust and even racist. And now they're wanting us to believe that suddenly in this one instance that this is a legitimate use of the justice system just because it happens to be against former President Trump. This is all about
specific outcomes for the left. This is not about actually doing justice.
Jenna, I just want to follow up. We've been hearing from both sides, Republicans and Democrats, nobody is above the law and nobody is below the law from the Republicans. If we can't fundamentally agree on the interpretation of the Constitution, we're in big trouble.
Absolutely. And this is about more than just Donald Trump. He's almost become an icon and a symbol for American freedom and liberty. When you look at the weaponization of government and the targeting of American citizens, not just including President Trump, but including educators and parents around the country who have been labeled by the Biden Department of Justice and the FBI's domestic terrorists. You look at pastors and Christians who've been targeted by the LGBT agenda and those actors, and outside of abortion clinics simply for exercising their constitutionally protected right to faith. And so, this is about the entire scope of what we understand as the rule of law and the constitutionally protected civil liberties in our country. And so I think moving forward, this is going to have a huge political impact on the 2024 election, because you're seeing that even people who haven't been involved in politics at all are now donating to President Trump's campaign. They're speaking out, they're wanting to get engaged because they're seeing that our system and our way of life as Americans is really under permanent threat from the left.
I want to go back to the studio here with former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark. Jeff, I want to get your thoughts on the Mar-a-Lago documents case. Do you think that this case may have lost some steam because of former Vice President Mike Pence and President Biden now being implicated?
In terms of that case, Steve, yes. I think that that's a situation where President Biden, I think, is clearly in a far worse position than President Trump, because his issues go back not just to his time as vice president, and vice presidents typically don't have the power to declassify documents in the same way that a president does, unless they were specifically delegated that power. And I haven't heard a peep from Obama that he had delegated any power like that to Joe Biden. But they go back as far as the time that Joe Biden was a senator, when he had no control over that, because classification is an executive branch power unless the full Congress can pass a law. So this is the kind of case that seemed to be kind of petering out as a result of that. We haven't heard anything from the special counsel set up for Biden, Robert Hur, since it first happened, which is also very strange. But now we've recently started to see leaks, and those leaks say that they're trying to line up an obstruction of justice charge against President Trump because he was looking through some of the boxes of documents. So it just seems like each layer of the onion that gets peeled back, to me, reveals an overarching effort at all costs to get Donald Trump however they can try to get Donald Trump.
And to Jeff's point, Jenna, there are other cases brewing in Georgia and in the Mar-a-Lago case as well. What are your thoughts as to where all of these cases will ultimately end?
Well, of course, the Democrats are going to want to throw as much against President Trump as they can to just see what sticks. And he has been absolutely correct that this has just been one witch hunt after the next, starting, of course, with Spygate and what we know of the Democrats that were actually spying on the Trump campaign before he even took office. And yet, really, nobody has been remotely held accountable for those types of actions. And so we're seeing this double standard that the left, when they use the power of government in office, will try to come after Donald Trump and all of his allies and associates, or anyone conservative, with whatever means possible. But then for their own, they don't want to have anyone held accountable for anything, even when there is a clear violation of the law. And so this is the type of double standard that we're seeing applied here. And I think as we move forward, if any other of those instances, whether it's Fulton County, Georgia, it's the special counsel in Washington, D.C., it's the Mar-a-Lago issue, if any of those result in indictments, I think we're going to see a continued coalescing of the conservative movement and even people who care about our rule of law that will come together and say, enough is enough. This is not how we run the United States of America.
And Jenna, you mentioned a double standard that we're seeing. So how do you see this playing out in not just 2024, but also for the country going forward?
Well, I think that the weaponization of government select committee that Congressman Jim Jordan is heading, and also some of these other special committees like Congressman Mike Johnson, they really are trying to investigate all of the instances of weaponization of government, which is that implementation of a double standard against conservatives, to try to bring forth common sense legislation to make sure that the executive branch does not run amok of that and is not political more than they're concerned about holding the standard of the rule of law. Because listen, justice is supposed to be blind. Liberty is supposed to be for all. And so while, yes, there shouldn't be anyone that is above the law, there isn't anyone below the law either. And we're seeing that double standard play out, where it's the Democrats that are above the law and any conservatives are clearly below the law. That needs to stop.
Jeff, Republican Senator of Louisiana, Senator Cassidy, voted to impeach the former president, yet he's still putting out his sentiment saying that it's wrong. I'll put it this way: no one should be the target of the law. And, you know, some Democrats are also saying that this was a strategic mistake, albeit for maybe reasons that they think it will boost the former president. What do you make of this?
Well, Steve, what I would say is, look, you know, there are people who are going to try to put one foot in and one foot out because they're putting their finger up to the wind. They don't know exactly how this is going to play out. So that some of the people want to be able to sort of move and pivot as the facts and as the legal rulings emerge. You know, I think that people should really have the courage of their convictions to take a position as to what they think about this. I think it's very destructive for the country. And I think that, you know, it's something that Americans should be decrying. I'll remind you of something I said yesterday at the risk of repeating myself, which is that on Sunday on his program, Fareed Zakaria began by noting that pursuing one man, namely Donald John Trump, relentlessly like this, doggedly, is contrary to centuries of Anglo-Saxon law. It inverts that. It turns it on its head because it's making one person the target and looking for a crime. It's not, you know, seeing uncovering evidence of a crime and then trying to find the perpetrator. That's our system, is looking for the perpetrators of crime, not looking at one man and deciding what crime can we pin on him. That is unconstitutional, un-American, and I think it is just destructive of any republic, any democracy.
Jenna Ellis, Jeff Clark, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to throw this one last time back down to Melina at the courthouse for a live look as former President Trump begins to make his way out. Hi, Melina.
Hi, Steve. Yeah, so not much has changed here. Interest is still very high. We know we just got word that Trump did just enter the courthouse where that formal arraignment will take place. This is where he will be read. The charges that he's being accused of here, that's happening right now. And as for the situation outside, everybody is still just waiting for what happens. I'm sure some of them would be happy to see Trump come out in handcuffs. Others are here protesting this entire case. Like, for example, we'll pan over to this group of gentlemen who are sitting on this bicycle, and they've been out here playing music and, you know, playing, you know, pieces of Trump and just showing their support for him. So definitely a mix out here that we see. I do want to point out a truth that Trump truthed out about an hour ago when he was on his way to the courthouse. So he wrote on Truth, he said, "This seems so surreal. Wow, they're going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America." We know, of course, that Trump's lawyers say they do not expect him to be handcuffed, but, you know, former President Trump is really trying to draw attention to this and point out how unfair from his perspective he thinks this is. I'm not sure when these people will start to leave. Some of them have left. We spoke to a couple of tourists who are in from California. They're just genuinely interested. They tell me this is history in the making. They just want to witness this incident. It's unclear when former President Trump will leave. He will leave, though. He's expected to leave because he does have a speech planned at Mar-a-Lago. So this is what we're seeing on the ground here, and we'll toss it back to you for one last time, Steve.
Thank you for that, Melina. Really appreciate your reporting down there, keeping us abreast of the situation. And I'm back here in studio with my colleagues Kelly Wright, Tiffany Meyer, and former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark. Jeff, I'd like to get your thoughts when it comes to this potential trial that could play out here in a borough that voted I think it was 70% for President Biden. Does Trump stand a chance of getting a fair trial?
Well, I think that there are American people who, even if they're of the opposite political party, can be fair. But I think that there are more than ample grounds to move for a transfer of venue. I think, let's see how strong that motion looks once we see what the president's lawyers put together. I would expect them to file that motion. And I think they should file that motion because it's clear that there was, a forum shopping effort here. I think that the Fulton County situation is also a forum shopping effort. And therefore, the remedy for that is to push back on that by trying to move venue.
Yeah, and Jeff, with us, joining us now is Dr. Avis Jones DeWeaver, editor at Max Black Politics and also political commentator. Avis, thanks for joining us along with our colleagues here. You have watched the presidency of Donald Trump from its inception, and he said something not too long ago, in fact, this week, how he remembered going down the golden stairs at Trump Tower. And from that moment on, he encountered a lot of difficulties in getting to the presidency. And then once getting there, as he stated today, he says it's a very surreal situation. But the reality is that this is unfolding before our very eyes. What do you make of this in terms of how this impacts our country?
Well, I think that hopefully this is a civics lesson for the entire nation, in that every human being in this nation is is held to the same standards as you are. Whether or not you are president or a pauper, when you run afoul of the law, there are repercussions and consequences associated with that. And obviously, I'm sure that running a presidential candidate is challenging, right? I'm sure it's hard. If it was easy, everybody would do it. But to complain about this specific occurrence in terms of this impending indictment, in terms of everything that is going on, in terms of other indictments that may be forthcoming, such as in Georgia, the bottom line is the root cause of all this is Donald Trump's behavior. If you do not want to be held to account for your behavior, do not engage in activity that seemingly runs afoul of the law.
And Jeff, as the former Assistant Attorney General, based on what Avis was saying, Donald Trump, as I indicated before, and as others have indicated, he has the responsibility and accountability to hold himself to account. And while he's making statements about this is a witch hunt, some of this is on him, is it not?
So, Kelly, I don't think so. I think that, look, I'm watching, it's 2:44 p.m. Where's the indictment? This looks like a deliberately choreographed political hit job on President Trump, designed to lock down the news cycle. We're just watching the time and the day count down before the evening news shows that people who have jobs to go to are the only ones that they can really see after they eat dinner. And how are the president's lawyers going to respond to this indictment, even assuming it's unsealed an hour from now, 2 hours from now? It's not a fair process. Whereas on the other side, and it clearly has to be coming from Alvin Bragg's office, someone in Alvin Bragg's office, we're seeing leaks against the president. It's an unfairly stacked deck, and I think it was designed to do that. And I think that is not an American process.
And to your point, and Avis is still standing by, when we were speaking with Melina Weisskopf there on the scene in front of the Manhattan Criminal Court, she was talking about how so many people had come down, throngs of people, Avis, if you saw that shot, and certainly Jeff and the rest of us saw that, where people had been there en masse. And then after the former president arrived, many of them left. They just basically said, oh, we want to see it for the history of it. So is it somewhat of a spectacle in terms of people wanting to come by and see this spectacle unfold? Or is it really a case where the rule of law is actually being implemented here? One could arguably say it's a combination of both.
I definitely think that it is a combination of both, in that this is history. And so can you not, blame folk for, if they're in the vicinity, to want to be there to watch history unfold. But at the same time, this district attorney has a job to do, and it's his job to enforce the law. And I have to say, this thing about this being some sort of unfair, political stunt. Well, I tell you what, Donald Trump sure is profiting off of it, is he not? He just raised $7 million in his campaign. His campaign has already produced T-shirts with a fake mugshot on it of him. All right, so if we want to talk about politicizing the situation, I think we need to look no further than the actual Trump presidential campaign. But if we're talking about actually what's happening in the courthouse right now, you are actually having Donald Trump, for the first time in his life, being held accountable for his behavior. And that means that he will face a court of law. Now, when this indictment drops, when he goes to trial, whether or not he is found guilty, that is up to our legal system. But before we go and trash the legal system for doing what it must do, holding everyone accountable to the law, no matter who you are, let's just look at who is politicizing the situation. And it looks to me as if that is squarely in the ballpark of the Donald Trump campaign.
Avis, Jeff, my colleagues here, Tiffany and Steve, any questions from you?
I'd just like to go back to Jeff and just, Jeff, I'd like to get your thoughts. Some people have raised the question of how rare it is in New York City for a 70-something-year-old man to be, indicted or arraigned on low-level nonviolent felony charges. It does seem a little bit out of the ordinary. If you could speak to that and also give us an idea of what you think the former president's legal team strategy will be once the indictment is unsealed.
I'll take those in reverse order, Steve. I'd first say, look, I think they're going to unleash a torrent of motions. They're going to make the statute of limitations argument. They have a variety of motions that they can file. The change of venue, one we talked about. I think they're going to challenge the propriety of the indictment on the merits. And in terms of your first question, the first thing that occurs to me, right, is it's not just a question, if you're a prosecutor, of can you bring a case. There's always a question of should you exercise your prosecutorial discretion to bring a case. And here we are in New York, where we're seeing violent felonies go unprosecuted, right? Where we saw, a gentleman who was at a parking garage who was shot at and got shot, and then managed to wrestle the gun away and shot at the perpetrator, and he's the one who gets arrested until that was dropped. I mean, it's upside down world here with Alvin Bragg, it seems to me. And I would just also say, in response to your question, Steve, let's ask the question, why is Donald Trump the first president to ever be considered for an indictment like this? Were there no grounds to pursue Barack Obama? Were there no grounds to go after even candidate Hillary Clinton? It was one thing on the campaign trail for Donald Trump to get mileage out of the whole lock her up thing, but when he got into government, did he actually pursue that? He did not. So all past presidents, all past state and local prosecutors, have, for the most part, there's one exception, I think, the Spiro Agnew situation, they've exercised restraint. Why is Alvin Bragg not exercising restraint? And I think it's because he's out to shiv the president and do him in.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. And Dr. Avis Jones-Weaver, thank you again. We've got to move on because there's so much more to uncover before we close this special report on Donald Trump's arraignment. Again, Dr. Avis Jones-Weaver, thank you for joining us. And we have video right now of the former president. You're welcome. Of the former president entering the courthouse earlier today, which we're replaying for you right now. And you can see that Mr. Trump is walking in. And we understand that NBC has reportedly gained access to inside the courtroom, and we've seen some of those images as well. Again, this is just about a half hour ago, and you can see the former president actually walking into the courthouse to be arraigned on what we believe will be reportedly 30 to 34 charges against him. I just have to real quickly say to the panel here, Jeff, seeing this video, as the former president stated on Truth Social, this is so surreal. And for all of us talking here, as well as the nation watching, the world watching, this is surreal that a former president would actually be appearing in a court of law. But what does this say about our judicial system? I know how you feel about what's happening, but again, what does it say about our judicial system, the rule of law, that no one is above the law, no one is below the law, and also, might I add, no one should be targeted by the law?
So what I would compare it actually to the Spiro Agnew situation, Kelly, because Spiro Agnew,
you're speaking of the former
vice president to President Nixon,
yes,
who was essentially taking bribes, when he was a Maryland state official, and there were even allegations that he was getting cash to him while he was still at the White House. Right? I mean, this is what a lawyer would call malum in se, Latin for it's evil in itself. What's going on in terms of this prosecution of President Trump, it seems to me, is the contrasting Latin term, which is malum prohibitum. It's only unlawful because you could make some kind of argument that it's prohibited. It's like a hangnail, and it's the kind of thing that it's an abuse of prosecutorial discretion to pursue. It should be the kind of thing that a prosecutor exercises restraint not to bring. So I think I've used the same word you just used, surreal, in some tweets. And I think it is surreal for the world to watch this. I'm getting European friends, sending me notes of, what is going on over there. And I think they're rightly surprised and alarmed.
I ever see the same kind of questions from foreigners that are friends of mine, and they're saying, what's happening in America? You guys are a great nation. Have you lost it? And maybe there's some truth in that question. Jeff, thank you for that. Joining us now is Mike Evans, New York Times best-selling author and Nobel Peace Prize nominee. Mike, I want to thank you for joining us. You, in particular, I wanted to have on because you were actually in the room, in the Oval Office, with the former President of the United States, along with other noteworthy faith leaders and evangelicals who, quote unquote, laid hands on the president when he was serving in office, the former president, and praying for him because you wanted to be sure that he could move forward, first serving God and then country. What say you now about this historic, unprecedented situation that he now finds himself in, that the nation finds itself in?
Well, number one, what's happening today is going to be rocket fuel for him. He's going to suck the oxygen out of the media for the next 12 to 16 months because you may have 2 to 3 more cases. So all the Republican primary candidates can go home. It's over. He will win the Republican primary. I predict Ron DeSantis won't even run now because he's 44 years old and he realizes this. He's smart enough to realize what I'm just telling you right now. He who defines the terms controls the debate. And right now, Donald Trump is an expert in knowing how to use the media to his advantage.
Mike, when you prayed with the president and you got to know him on a personal basis, and I need to say former president because Joe Biden is the current president of the United States, but when you prayed with former President Donald Trump and continued to advise him spiritually, what do you make of this in terms of our nation? Some people are very concerned that our nation has devolved into different silos and attacking each other. And, there's a proverb that says righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach. Break this down for me in terms of how evangelicals, which is still a strong base for the president.
I cannot say we advised him spiritually. We were there a lot. Donald Trump exceeded our expectations. It was all transactional. Donald Trump, in my personal opinion, I never saw the evidence that he was a follower of Jesus. But I can tell you this, he understands the power of the evangelical movement. He made promises to us. He exceeded those promises. He's a brilliant businessman, a very brilliant businessman. But I would say no moral clarity. And it's a real problem for us now because here's the situation. You've got a Stormy Daniels case. Well, the evangelical movement is based upon moral clarity. And so if they're going to have to be reminded day after day, week after week, month after month of a man who had an affair with a porn star 16 weeks after his son was born, it's not going to set well in their stomachs, even though they greatly appreciate what he did for them and still do.
Mike Evans, we appreciate you and appreciate your time. We're running out of time, and thank you for joining us, Mike Evans.
You're welcome, Kelly.
Thank you. After today's arraignment, the legal fight could go on for quite some time. We want to show you some images right now of the president there in the courtroom, and there it is, the former president of the United States being indicted. Live updates continue, and as he stated, tweeted on Truth Social, "This is surreal." And those are surreal images, photos of former President Donald Trump in this unprecedented moment, seated with his defense attorneys as he wages this legal fight. It could stretch on for months or even longer, and perhaps even into the campaign. Within the next 15 days, the prosecution must turn over evidence to the defense for the discovery phase. Trump's legal team is expected to file motions to fight the case. Only after these issues are resolved could the case go to trial. Look, on behalf of all of my colleagues right here, Tiffany Meyer and Steve Lance, and as well as the former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark, we want to thank you for watching this special coverage of former President Trump's arraignment here in New York City. We will have continued coverage on our other news programs continuing into the evening. One reminder to you, we are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let that not be forgotten. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is expected to hold a news conference at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be live streaming that on NTD's YouTube channel. And we'll also have more details for you on NTD Evening News, are airing tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. From all of us here, Godspeed, have a wonderful rest of your afternoon, and keep the faith.